Okay, honorable members, those are the terms of the reference for the Ad-Hoc committee. And before we proceed, we are going to undertake the introduction part. And I will start that Honorable Matata Benjamin Kerich. I'm the chair of the Ad-Hoc committee.
Okay, I am Honorable Sarah Mutual, Vice Chair, Ad-Hoc Committee.
Honorable members.
Isaiah Maina, member of the committee.
John Betok, member of this committee.
Beth Richard, member of this committee.
Bridget Songok, member.
Keter Julius, member.
Silas Sum, member to the committee.
Rufosa Kuto, member.
Lucy Tololei, member.
Chepto Lydia, member.
Honorable Silas Kogo, member.
Tarbei Josephat, member.
Josephat Beth, member.
Isaac Mosbey, member.
With us, we have the secretariat. I will also request the secretariat to introduce themselves.
I'm Kiru Justice, part of the secretariat.
My name is Moses Keme, secretariat team.
I'm Kipta Boniface.
My name is Victor Siele, secretariat.
My name is Daniel Mutai, secretariat.
Okay, thank you, the honorable members and the secretariat. I will now give the honorable CC and the team to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Alfred Lagat, CC member in charge of trade, tourism, and enterprise development. Thank
you. Benjamin Kiprotich, Chief Officer for the Department of Trade and Tourism.
My name is Jonah Pambok, Director at the Department of Trade.
Okay, thank you, Honorable CC. I will now ask the Sergeant at Arms to administer the oath.
I, Alfred Kiprotich Lagat, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Benjamin Kiprotich, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay. I, John Pambok, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, thank you, the Honorable CC and the team. The Honorable CC, the County Assembly on 25th September 2024 passed a motion to establish an Ad-Hoc committee. The committee has the mandate to investigate and establish a number of issues as outlined in the motion. Whereas your attendance is required before the County Assembly Ad-Hoc committee to answer questions relating to the following. I will invite my Vice Chair. This is a section of compliance, and we want to check whether you've complied with the request by the Ad-Hoc committee. I will invite my Vice Chair to take you through. Yeah.
So the first request. So your attendance is required before the County Assembly Ad-Hoc Committee to answer questions relating to the following. 1, personnel salary or emolument from 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2024. 2, the actual personnel in the department from 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2024 against their job description and date of reporting to the department. 3, the request made by the department for the employment of additional staff and whether the request was approved. 4, tendered works from 1st July 2022. 4, tendered work from 1st July 2022 to the period ending 30th September 2024. 5, paid works from 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2024. 6. All paid and unpaid consultancy services from 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2024. 7. The account for recurrent expenditure allocated to the department. 8. Quarterly implementation reports submitted to the county from 1st July 2022 to 30th September 2024, status of payments or projects under the category of pending bills. 9. Departmental project implementation report submitted to County Assembly by the County Treasury on 14th August 2024. 10. The status of flagship project in the department.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. I think I will welcome the CEO to ascertain whether you've complied with this.
Through Chair, we've complied. We've submitted all the documents.
Use the microphone. Can the Secretariat confirm this compliance? Okay. From the information is that you have not supplied the list of payments. CO. And the pending bills.
We have them, all the documents, and we submitted all of them through the email address provided. And I have the hard copies here.
Can you hand over the hard copies?
Maybe I will surrender them later because I'm using them right now.
You are under instruction, sir.
Oh.
Okay. I think the Secretariat, you will ascertain what has been brought here. Then you will hand over the same file to the CEO, but you will leave the file here when you will be exiting the chambers.
That is an order.
Okay. On the issue of, so I think most of the issues will be dealing with the CEO because you are the accounting officer of the department. Do you know what was the in the year 2022-2023 member suggestion, were you first gazetted as the CEC and the CEO? I think the CEC will answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, on the issue of the gazettement, as is the provision or as is the requirement of law, we were gazetted as the CCMs. Pertaining to the roles, the CEC largely is in charge of policy formulation and the policy direction of the department, and therefore is involved at the overall in terms of the strategic direction. The chief officer of the department is majorly the accounting officer and the AIE holder for the department, and is also involved on the staff supervision, also involved on the day-to-day operations of the department, and all issues that pertain to financial management of the department. Thank you. That's in summary.
Thank you, Bwana Waziri. Can you give us an overview, a brief introduction about your department, and if you are to rate your department, the performance of your department?
Thank you, Chair. Our department is basically birthed by the collapse of two departments. Initially, it was trade, industrialization, and investments. But currently, we have trade, tourism, industrialization, and enterprise development. So this collapses trade and tourism together. So the overall overview of the department really would speak to the mandate, and one would be on matters of trade. It's actually involved with the overall preparation or enhancement of the business environment of the county in terms of the trade and the business that happens. We were involved with managing the stakeholders as far as matters trade are concerned. At this point, we're involved with the licensing. So the role of licensing is a preserve of trade. We're also involved with fair trade practices. In this case, we would have the Department of Weights and Measures to ensure that there is fair trade practices. And perhaps you've seen in the recent past, we've been doing crackdowns on the weighing scales and also weigh bridges to ensure that people who are involved in business practice fair trade. We're also involved with issues of liquor licensing. So the liquor licensing, issues of liquor licenses, but also enforcement to ensure that there is compliance with the same. And under the same liquor license, it's also to ensure that there is other measures that we bring on board to help those who are affected by liquor, be it rehabilitation or other interventions. We're also involved with trade development. In this case, we're looking at promotion of cottage industries. We're also looking at the larger scale industries like, in this case, the NATEX, which to us is a big scale. We're also involved with working together to ensure that Nandi, being predominantly an agricultural county, practices agribusiness. So we work closely with the Department of Agriculture to ensure that whatever they have been able to produce then is translated to the market and at the best route possible to the market. And tourism, the key mandate, Chair, is to ensure that we encourage tourism to bring vibrancy and tourism activities to the county. Currently, the key activity that the department is focusing on to ensure that we really get it right is the upcoming Animal Orphanage and Rescue Center, which we've been working jointly with KWS and the Ministry of Tourism. This is a key aspect in tourism because that will mean it drives traffic to Nandi. We'll be able to then to get visitors coming and spending money here. We also have Bonjoge Game Reserve, which for a long time has been a national government function, but we've engaged lately, and this is going to be fenced by them, so that will also still help us in matters of tourism in Nandi. That, Chair, in a nutshell, is what trade is involved in.
Thank you, Honorable
Chair.
Waziri.
Chair.
Yes.
As part of the introduction, part of it on terms of roles and responsibilities of the department, could the two members of the executive confirm that the positions they are holding today were the positions that they were interviewed for in the advertisement?
Chair, we confirm in the affirmative, and actually we were interviewed in this house as well. We appeared in this house for the same roles. We've not since been moved.
Okay, maybe.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, maybe as we shall proceed, most of the questions will be asked. Waziri, you are the head of the
Point of order,
department.
Honorable Chairman.
Yes, what is the point of order?
Is it whatever you were saying, is it in right? Do you have the Gazette notice, including the when the governor gave this you, the CC, the responsibilities, do you have it? Are written, whatever, unsigned?
Chair, the Gazette notice, I don't have it with me here, but that is something that we can produce because it's available in our records.
Including the written document setting out the roles of all the departments, including yours?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
So I direct that you should avail the same documents by tomorrow 10. Honorable Mosby.
Yes, the CEC has clearly stated the roles and what his department does. CEC, since you are a public servant, just because there have been complaints in the past, tell me or tell this committee, how does your week look like in terms of where you are? Do you have a schedule where maybe you have a plan that this is how I serve the people of Nandi, or it is just you wake up? Do you come to the office? Are you found in your offices? Do you have a schedule that on Wednesday I'm seeing this group or something like that? Just for avoidance of doubt, tell us how is your accessibility? How is your accessibility?
Honorable CC.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there is a mode in which I conduct the operations of the department, up to and including being in office. So a typical day or a typical week, and 1 week is not necessarily the same as the other, would be that on a Monday we'll have a meeting with the heads of units together with the chief officer. After which, once we have the understanding of the work during the week, then the teams will proceed to do the work. After I've done that myself and having given the strategic direction, then what I do mostly is to engage with partners outside. And you may realize that the role of a trade CEC is really not so much to be in the office, but to really try and find linkages that are strategic in nature. So after having had the engagement with the team in my office, led by the chief officer, who then will proceed with operations, I'll then be able to have slotted either 1 or 2 meetings, both within the county and outside the county. That would really be strategic in terms of trying to pull resources towards the county. And this is testament, Chair, arising from the meetings that I've been able to hold. There are a number of success stories, up to and including the orphanage that I'm talking about, that is being financed purely by funds from the ministry. And that is an engagement I've had over the past period of about a year, back and forth. Same case with the issue, for example, I'm talking of fencing of Bonjog. But there'll also be times that I'll be required to be in the field together with my team. So at that point in time, I'll be able to be in the field, and I've been able to meet actually some members in the field. Case in point is the few markets that we've been operationalizing. Not long ago, we were in Koyondurio. The other time, I was in Kapsengera. The other time, we were in Mosoriot. So as and when I'm required to be in the field, I'll also be available. But even when I'm not in office physically, I've always embraced online meetings with my team, and of course, I'm always reachable on call. So as to the accessibility, I can say it's 100%, save for maybe weekends. And the member who asked me perhaps may not have accessed me on a weekend, but I know I still am accessible. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable
Chair.
CC.
Chair.
Maybe,
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mosby.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the CC has prompted me to ask the first question. And my question will be based on this Annex 7, the document from, I know the Wasiri and his team has it there. Chair, this Honorable House allocated some resources for projects. The first one was completion of Ndalat typical rural market which this Honorable House allocated 1 million. The second project is completion of Chemursoi typical rural market, which we also allocated 1 million. The other project is completion of Captel typical rural market, which was allocated 1 million. Kibiok market was allocated 500,000. Renovation works at Jepsonoi, that is in Kapkangani, was allocated 500,000. And finally, completion and equipping of Kapsabet Business Incubation Center. No, Chair, I think for the markets. Chair, the same work was done in financial year 2022-2023. So from the busy schedule, I cannot understand how the typical rural market, Chair, is meant to address the issues faced by Mamamboga and the border. But from the implementation report from the department, the work is 0%, meaning nothing completely has been done in these markets, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, and resources were allocated. So with the schedule of the busy schedule by the CEC, how can you explain the 0% in implementation? Yet these are the works for financial year 2023. We are now going to 2025, 2026. Yet the percentage is 0 implementation. Nothing has been done completely. So from the explanation he has given us, are the people of Nandi getting value for money? Because if these projects, which are the markets in our villages, have not been done, 0%, and I think they have integrated, they have done the contract, but work has not done completely since 2022, Chair. Can you explain, relating it to the busy schedule in the office, Mr. Chair?
And Chair, as he responds to that, I've listened to him on the kind of work, very huge work that he has as a CEC, that mostly spends time in lobbying other partners. Could he kindly tell us, for the last 2 financial years, to tell us the kind of partners he has engaged and the value he has brought to Nandi County?
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Waziri, concerning the first issue raised by Honorable Tarbei, can you explain the reasons of non-implementation of projects despite being budgeted for?
Thank you, Chair, and Honorable Tarbei. Yes, I note that on the report that we provided, the implementation status of the said projects indicates 0. Yes, that is the position, Chair, and I would wish to confirm the reason why this is the case. These are 2023-2024 projects. Usually when we have this in the budget, what then follows is a request to the Department of Procurement to do the procurement process, which we've since done. The said works were tendered, but then in the process of implementation, the contractor was non-responsive. I can confirm that for the said projects, the works were tendered, a contractor was sent to site, but then upon getting to site, then he didn't execute the works. Now what prompts us to do, Chair, is to cancel the tender again, which has timelines where we give notice, upon which again we re-advertise. Upon re-advertisation, again, the whole process of retendering starts and finally getting, hopefully, a successful contractor. The case in point is Chemursoi, Chair. The Chemursoi market, we're talking about the ablution block, fencing and redesign. I wish to confirm that at the point of this report, we were in the process of cancellation of the tender. As at now, Chair, the contractor has since been able to work on the ablution block, and I think the status is about 60 or 70% complete. Same to the others, we've given notice of cancellations, and therefore it's been a challenge that has affected us across, where people win jobs, but then they're not intent on executing the said works. So that is a problem, and it's in our department, we've actually been able to make decisions to profile contractors who are non-responsive, because we are establishing a pattern where people win jobs with the hope of selling to somebody to execute the job. I
think Waziri, to be categorical, Waziri, when you advertise a tender and you have given an award and a letter of commencement, if the contractor does not take up the sites, procurement, we have a procurement act that guides all the operations. For how long will it take you to cancel a tender? And for that issue, I will write Waziri you to provide us with the following documents: the cancellation of the above tenders as a proof. Provide the cancellation of the above tenders with the adverts and the award letters. For example, the one in Chemursoi. 2, the one in Chepsonoi. And this is because there are tenders there are documents under your custody. I will request that they be delivered by 3 today. Honorable, you had an issue.
Chair, I'm not satisfied.
Yes. Chair, I think you have almost given the instruction, because I was wondering, in every tender, if a contractor is awarded a tender, he has almost 90 days. And the law allows that if the other contractor does not respond to the site, the department also can go either another advert or go for the second lowest bidder. If indeed the other one has failed. So, and we need a proof for all those what the Waziri has just explained. So I think the reason why I was stating it is because you have given a ruling that he has to provide those cancellation and award.
Yeah, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable
Maybe
Member.
for clarity, we are talking about 2 financial years. That is 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024. We are now in almost 2024, 2025. So I don't know, because if Waziri says the tenders were not responsive, was it in the year 2022, 23, or 2023, 2024? Because these projects, Mr. Chair, have run through 2 years, 2 financial years, no implementation of the same. So it's not a matter of delay in 1 financial year, but it's a matter of 2 years have lapsed since the projects were budgeted. So, as like what the Honorable Member for Jamundu is saying, the 90 days lapsed. So it means if it was issues of procurement process, they would have cancelled it within the year 2023, 2022, 2023. But now these are 2 years down the line, and the markets have not been established.
Okay, honorable members, I think I've ruled on the same. Let the department provide us the documents pertaining to these contracts, so that we can ascertain what they are. And I want to say this, Waziri. You've taken an oath, and you are unanswered. So anything that is not true, don't try to convince this committee. It is better you leave it the way it is. Honorable.
I just wish to also maybe seek your indulgence, and maybe we ask the CEC to help us understand, if you don't execute a project in 1 financial year, and you don't execute it in the following one, do we have the same amount of money reflected in the CRF account for these projects, now that you have not expended?
Thank you, Chair. One is on the execution of projects. It only becomes a pending bill once the work has actually been tendered and the contractor has taken site. Now, there'll be 2 scenarios. If work is tendered and the contractor doesn't take site and the project is never done completely, we have to carry forward the money in the budget as for purpose of retendering in the next financial year. But as to the availability of money in the CRF, remember that whatever money is available in the CRF, whatever figures we're giving you here is actually budgeted figures, but it doesn't mean that there is already money earmarked specifically for that. When we budget, for example, in the financial year, we'll show maybe we have 5 billion, hoping that we'll collect, including the on-source revenue. But then also we'll tender for the works. And of course, oftentimes, we get a shortfall of the money that we collect, either by way of on-source revenue. So oftentimes, two scenarios happen. One, we'll be able to carry the money for retendering in the next financial year. But if it had already begun, if the work had already begun, it is carried forward as a pending bill. So we're not even rebudgeting, we're just carrying forward based on which financial year it is. If it's 22-23, then it appears as a pending bill. If it is 23-24, it appears as a pending bill. That is why in our budget, Chair, we may be in 24-25 financial year, but you'll see projects of 23-24, 22-23 appearing in the budget as pending bills because of the works that had already commenced. But however, sometimes because of shortfalls in budgets and sometimes because of the need to cut down on the items, you find once in a while an item was advertised, but it was never tendered, and therefore it drops off the budget. So it does not mean that money for that project disappeared. It's only that it just was never budgeted, it just was never executed, and therefore it lapses.
Chair.
Honorable members, I will give you time, but maybe I want to ask you, Waziri, are you trying to insinuate that the budget that this House approves are not real budgets?
Chair, what I'm saying is the budget that the House approves is never 100% executed. It's executed to the extent of the resources available. So you'll find, for example, a classic case of, I told you if we budget for 2 billion in development, but in the development amount we only get 1.7 billion. Effectively, the amount of 300 million somehow disappears. It's never going to be accommodated. And that's why in procurement process at the executive, what usually happens is we are allowed to procure in stages. We do not all procure at the same time. What Treasury monitors is how the funds are, and then they give you the go-ahead to procure a certain department, and then the others can wait for maybe another 2 months, depending on how the outlook of the finances, and then procurement happens. So eventually, not everything that is put in the budget is spent, be it recurrent or development.
Chair.
Now, Honorable Keter.
Yes, Chair. I think Wasiri, I wanted to understand more about this because if we are budgeted for example, 2 million, and then you run a shortfall the way you're explaining, do you notify this House that normally passes the budget?
Maybe.
Do you notify?
Maybe to support what the Honorable Member for Jemundu, in our constitution, the role of the CCs, that is in Article 183, functions of the Executive Committee member. Part 3 says, the County Executive Committee member shall provide the County Assembly with full and regular reports on matters relating to this county. So it's supporting what the Honorable Member is asking.
And actually, Honorable Chair, before he answers, maybe he could tell us, instead of us operating on hypothetical figures, could he tell us through the 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024, what was the scenario like? What were the actual shortfalls? And how do you decide that these are the projects that will be affected in terms of not being funded?
Yes, Waziri.
Chair, just so that Waziri maybe answers and proceeds. Through the chair, I want to be an advocate of Mama Mboga and Boda Boda. Waziri has told us that there are contracts that are bidded, they are awarded, but they are not responsive. Would it be right then, when Mama Mboga says, county haifanyi kazi, on that aspect of trade alone, is that person, the lay person down there, will they be right when they say county haifanyi kazi?
So that you respond to all the concerns, Waziri, I will also like to know your budgetary consumption in the year 2023, 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024. What was the consumption of your budget as a department?
Well, thank you, Chair. I think there are quite a number of questions. So for the first one on the issue of the budget as asked by the honorable member from Chemundu, of course, in law, I mean, actually it's PFM, Public Finance Management Act, Section 136 says the purpose for which funds were allocated lapses if at the end of the period that money has not been applied for that particular purpose. So in this case, all items as a bare minimum, when not procured within the financial year, and you remember we report as counties on cash basis. If we've not been able to commit any funds at the end of the financial year, it doesn't matter that it was in the budget, it lapses, and unless we rebudget, it then means that that item is a foregone conclusion. But to just be clear on how then we were able to prioritize the items. A case scenario would, for example, in our department is we have items, like in the last financial year, we had items in our development vote, which were new budget lines, but we never got a chance to implement. One is on what we're calling a digital marketplace. In the year 2022-2023, we had 2 million shillings, which we actually procured as a form of consultancy service. In the subsequent year, 2023-2024, we had a follow-up figure of 2 million shillings, which we are supposed to still proceed with enhancement of our digital platform. But then we did not, simply because we had reasons within the department why we felt that the money needed to be beefed up, or the money needed to, the processes of enhancing the digital platform needed to be done in a different way. So we gave up the money. So the money lapsed. We never engaged in the use of the money. As a result, during the supplementary budget, those monies are knocked off. But as to the overall
point of order,
budgeting...
Honorable Chair.
Yes, what is...
Could he explain what he means by lapsing? That money lapses. Just explain that.
Thank you, Chair. The vote lapses. You know, money does not lapse. The vote lapses. So in this case, as I said, like the example of the 2 million we budgeted under development in our Department of Trade, it's 2 million, which we needed to have committed. So within the financial year, we needed to undertake a procurement process to commit these funds for whatever purpose that we had earmarked. But since as a department, we realized that we needed much more money for purposes of enhancing our digital platform, the 2 million wouldn't have been useful or wouldn't have been effective for us to achieve what we wanted. So we didn't commit. So at the point, towards the end of the financial year, and we usually close all commitments, I think by around April, thereabouts, we can no longer tender. So by April, the money we hadn't started or engaged in any procurement process. So at the end of the financial year, June, the Act, PFM Act, Section 136 kicks in that if the purpose for which the money was appropriated has not been executed, then the budget lapses and the funds no longer are available in that vote. Then it means that it is dead. I mean, the point is we are done with the budget at that level.
Yes, Honorable Keter.
I think, Wasiri, there is something that you need to make us understand, because if you talked of the budgetary allocation for being not enough, and I thought, where does the budgetary start from? I thought before you give us that budget, there must be someone who has done the research to know, because how do you achieve it? Because we normally worked on the document that it has been approved by the executive sending to this place. Now, if you tell us again, you realize that the money is not enough. Does it mean visibility studies was not done, or where do you normally get? Do you see you just sit from nowhere and give us the budget that it is not well captured? Or I thought we have an expertise in the department, because if you say it lapses, it means residents your resident or electorates are not getting their services due to someone who is not giving out the right visibility studies for what it's supposed to be implemented. Because I'm worried, because you are saying you give us budget, we passed, then during implementation you discover that the budget is not enough. And we have been also having supplementary. Do you have the request for that? Because 1 year, 2 years down the line, Wasiri, it is long enough for you to know. Those are this is what it is required. And you normally give us supplementary every 3 months. So in that case, have you made any request over the same?
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Keter. Honorable
Chair,
Bett.
we are speaking to someone who has been holding office of CC Finance and currently CC Trade and Investment. And we would want to ask the Chair that there are questions that we are being taken in cycles. Let the CC be informed that you cannot tell us that the vote has elapsed. One, the reason could be delays in procurement plans. Why should procurement plans delay? Two, if indeed, and I want to ask you the CEC, and is very, very much aware of this. If I can draw to the attention of this committee on the PFM Act 166, an accounting officer for a county government entity shall prepare a report for each quarter for the financial year in respect of the county entity. In preparing a quarterly report for a county government entity, the accounting officer shall ensure that, I repeat that, the report contains information on the financial and non-financial performance of the entity. Chair, can the CEC in charge of trade tell us, for the last 2 financial years, has he ever provide quarterly reports to this House on the performance, both non-financial and financial, of the department before telling us of the lapse of the vote?
Thank you, Honorable Bett. Honorable CC.
Oh, thank you, Chair. On the issue, of course, it mentions the accounting officer, not the CC. The law would say, but as it were, it's our department. So I know that the reports that have been coming to this House have been jointly submitted by, I think, the Treasury, the county Treasury. I think that can be confirmed. And therefore, to the extent of the compliance on that matter, I would really want that
Chair,
to be
accuracy of
confirmed.
facts. Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
No single report on quarterly reports has been submitted to this House.
I think, may I indulge the CC, because we have the CEO. Let the CEO answer that question. The CEO, can you answer the question on the issue of compliance with the section 166 of the PFM Act? Have you been giving us quarterly reports on the same?
Actually, Honorable Chair.
And honorable members, to the best of my knowledge, there are no quarterly reports that has been brought here. They are just money reports.
Point of order, Honorable Chair.
So can you clarify?
Point of order.
Yes, Honorable.
Actually, the role is not the CEO's role. It is the role of the County Executive Committee, in which the Waziri sits. The CEO does not require to send us any reports. If they do it in the department, that's fine. Could the CEC, as a member of the County Executive Committee, give us evidence that they have sent quarterly reports as the CEC, County Executive Committee?
Honorable Minor, I am at section 166 of the PFM Act, and it clearly states, an accounting officer for a county government shall prepare a report for each quarter of the financial year in respect to the entity. So, Honorable Minor, in this case, it is the accounting officer who is the CEO. So let him clarify. Have you been submitting quarterly reports, Bwana CEO?
Yes, through Chair. We have been submitting quarterly reports jointly, all the departments, and we submit them to the Treasury so that they can forward or submit to the Assembly. Thank you.
Can you give us directly to this assembly. Can you provide evidence to that effect? Provide copies of the quarterly reports, not through the county treasury, direct to the assembly. It is a directive that I'm giving that provides. So we need copies to that effect, Bwana CEO.
Yes.
For the quarterly reports, for the financial year 22-23 and 23-24, so that we also ascertain
Chair.
that you have been doing the same.
Chair.
Yes.
You know, Chair, these people are under oath. We all sit in this county assembly and interrogate reports monthly and weekly in our committees. Why should people lie that they have been submitting those reports, whereas we are very much aware no single report has ever stepped to this house? Surely, why should some people take us in cycles? Is there any report that has ever landed in any of the committee? The answer is no.
Okay. Okay, honorable members, I think I've made the ruling that the CEO should provide copies to us to ascertain what he has alleged.
And Mr. Chair, as he supplies copies, he should specify on the dates of delivery of those reports for the last 2 financial year. And who received those reports?
I think that is okay, honorable members. And for clarity, you know the structure on the quarterly reports according to the standards. So we need to see. So maybe, honorable members, we shall proceed. The issue of the quarterly reports I've just ruled, so allow us to proceed to the next.
Chair, there is a question that has not been answered. The CE said he spends most of his time looking for investors to invest in this county.
Yes,
and
yes.
I did ask him, can he tell us a number of investors he has lobbied and on the kind of investment they have done in Nandi County?
Honorable Waziri, can you answer the question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just Chair, allow me just so that we are on the same page, just clarifying something on the same act that the honourable member read, the 166, is that what the act has been or says is that we consolidate. So it says that the accounting officers shall prepare the quarterly reports and submit, that is 166.3, not later than 15 days after the end of each quarter. The accounting officer shall submit the quarterly report to the county treasury. Not less than 1 month after the end of each quarter, the county treasurers shall consolidate the quarterly reports and submit them to the county assembly, and also a copy to the Commission on Revenue Allocation and to the National Treasury. So that is the flow of the reporting as it were, and I guess with your direction, maybe progressively we'll be able to beef up reporting for better movements. So on to the question, Chair. One, as I said, is I'll cite maybe 3 or 4 of those. One is the issue of the Animal Rescue Center and Conservancy at Kamatargui. Chair, this is something that we do not have in the budget. We've been looking at setting up an animal rescue center. We've since been able to get the commitment of funds from the Ministry of Wildlife. We've also been able to do the BQs, and the BQs are totaling 140 million. This is not something within the county would be able to source the resources. So at this point in time, we're just at the point of finalizing any commitments in terms of finances from the national government's budget, and hopefully that will kick in, or the project will start, the implementation phase will start hopefully in 2 months. That is a key win, Chair. Kindly note it is 140 million shillings. Secondly, Chair, I've also been pursuing the same case of the fencing of Bonjoge Conservancy, Game Reserve. That is a 5,000 square kilometer expansive area, and it requires reforestation, fencing, and then restocking with animals. So the budget that I've been given is about 500 million shillings, I haven't gotten headway. The last meeting I had in Nairobi was with the Tourism Fund and also African Wildlife Foundation. These are the organizations that had promised that they'll see how they can support us on this. That is still work in progress. Chair, there is also the issue of Chepkit waterfalls. Initially, what we wanted was to get a willing private sector player to be able to take up the project, manage it in the best way possible, and hopefully cost share or revenue share the money. So there is an investor who approached us, courtesy of my links, who indicated that you'd want to produce some 1.5 megawatts of power using Chepkit waterfall, but also as an extension to that, also do better structures that would be ideal for tourism attraction there. So we gave them a no objection letter, which I would still be able to supply to this house. We gave them a no objection, so they are still doing their feasibility study. Hopefully in due course they'll be able to respond to us. Lastly, Chair, we also as a government decided that we'd love to have a star-rated hotel in Nandi. You know, we do not have a hotel, so we're willing, and I tabled in cabinet a motion requesting that we get 5 acres to be dedicated to an investor. Courtesy of that, it was approved in cabinet. I went to Nairobi, met some partners who are involved in a chain of hotels, both in Elementaita and Naivasha, and they were willing. So they since came and did their feasibility study. They have not met the findings to us. Last week, I gave them a call and they told me to wait, that they'll be giving us feedback. So I think this really is a good thing. Lastly, Chair, to indicate is the issue of the markets that are ongoing. Remember, Nandi was not to get this much number of markets. And I wish the member for Nandi was here. Lesos market, the current market that has been earmarked to be built in Lesos, was actually not there. It is a 60 million shillings market that was to be built in Nandi Hills. But courtesy of my engagements together with the help of His Excellency, is that we are getting a municipal market in Nandi Hills worth 300 million, but we are not losing the 60 million market. The 60 million market goes to Lesos. And a number of other markets which is really making already a footprint within our county are happening courtesy of both my engagement and the help of His Excellency. So those are just a few of the many that are in the pipeline. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman.
Yes.
I want to seek that we first exhaust some questions, because there are quite a number of outstanding questions from what the CCM has said. And I would have also liked to ask some further questions on what he has just delivered right now. But I do not wish to do that before he answers all of them, so that we don't lose track. Could he answer all the questions first, and then maybe we go to another line of questions, so that we are all on one page?
Waziri?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So I hope I'll be able to pick all of them. There is the question by the Honorable Mosbey that he had asked if really Mama Mboga would, if Mama Mboga said county haifanyi kazi, would the Mama Mboga be right? I think, Chair, to just mention is that we've really had interventions in terms of sorting the Mama Mboga. And for example, here within this town, one of the key things of having the fresh produce market is to really help the Mama Mboga to be housed and to be in a habitable environment. We've been moving around this town with the municipal manager. One of the key complaints that the Mama Mboga had was that there are people who come with vehicles. They park their vehicles on the roadside. People they get to sell their produce at a cheaper rate, yet we do not charge them anything. The Mama Mboga who is inside the soko is really not getting accessibility because she's not on the front side of the market. Yet we charge that person, she has to pay a daily fee to the county government. That is a valid concern. And one of the discussions that we had, and the chief officer will confirm, is that we asked that then the vehicles that sell their wares or their fresh produce only operate within certain periods, be it early in the morning or late in the evening, so that then we do not get Mamamboga being jeopardized, and that is a matter that I know is subject to enforcement because a decision has been made. But generally across the counties beyond Mamamboga, I think when we look at even the border guys and the market stalls that we've done across.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mosby.
Because Waziri is delving into what I asked. When I said Mamamboga, I didn't mean the literal Mamamboga. I meant, okay, Wanjiku.
But maybe, Chair, as it is,
Yes,
I want to pick at this context. I know our residents are watching. The CEO comes from Kaptel, and I'm seated next to the honorable member from Kaptel. So a project like Kaptel Rural Market is budgeted in 2022-2023 financial year. The project is not implemented. Remember, the residents have come for public participation. We told them we have allocated 1 million. The next financial year, I want us to, the team from the executive to explain how you can explain a Mamamboga who came for the purpose of a rural project, the market for Kaptel. Comes in 2023, you allocate resources. The project, the MCA goes back and says the project has been contracted. The end of the lapse of the 2023 financial year, that Mamamboga is told the project lapsed. Nothing was done. So they budget again in the next financial year. Will that Mamamboga say county is working? Because the CEO from himself comes from that place. They know they have allocated resources for the market. The financial year goes, nothing has been done. The contractor was contracted and the project was not done. And I think that's the question which the honorable member for Kaptumo was asking. Will that resident get the courage to say that county is working when the project has not been implemented? I think
Chair, on top of what Honorable Mosby, we have a case of examples. As you are aware, Chief Officer, in Baraton, we do also have stalls that it was really built very nicely by, I know, during the other time. I've been trying so much to reach your office. So I was wondering when you say that there are some days you are in office, and you know we had even picked some days that we agreed, last month, that Mamamboga was supposed to come and occupy those stalls. But unfortunately, no one turns up from the trade. We didn't have any neither director or CEO or CC because there was many. I remember even the date you had given us, it was on a Thursday. It was supposed to be given out those stalls so that the Mamambogas and those Wanjiki can enjoy. Because those market stalls, they have been there since almost 3 years, not working, not doing anything, and money has been put into those stalls. Also in those stalls are there, not serving any purpose, nothing completely. If you go also to Kiprotich market, there are those stalls and it's not serving. In fact, for the Kiprotich, I can see you had allocated 500. You had allocated 512 against the market of against the budgeted amount of 5,000, half a million. But you went ahead and awarded a contractor 512, which is okay. But up to that, those markets, those stalls are not serving the purposes. For the last 2 years or even 3 years before, some even they have been their existence before we become Waheshimiwa. So in that case, do you see there is a lot of incompetence in that? Should I call it incompetence or what is it? Can you please explain to us why those market stalls are not working, yet we have people in that office? Give us a very genuine reason, because we are talking of the implementation that has not been done. Even those ones that have been done away, because in your records they show 70% has been done. We also have those ones that are really complete. Could you please, because I know our people are watching there, could you please give us the reason why those stalls have not served the purpose up to then?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Through Chair.
Yes, Bwana CEO.
May I respond on the markets? Let me start with Paraton. we were to hand over the site or the stalls last month, but due to demonstrations that were all over the place, then we resort to demonstration for the this issue of employees that were stopped or removed from the payroll, and then it was not convenient or safe for that purpose. Then we resort to make another date. We will yet to communicate to the MCA for that matter. And again in Paraton, there is some other works that we have to repackage.
Before that, Chief.
Accuracy of facts.
Order, honorable members, please.
Chair,
When you want
accuracy
to
of
raise
facts.
on an issue, please
Accuracy
let
of
us
facts.
have an order so that we don't.
Chair, just accuracy of facts. Was there any demonstration in Paraton?
I think the area MCA can confirm to us.
I can confirm, Chair, because I was there personally, waiting, sitting. How long did it take them to communicate? Did they communicate? And if they communicate, can I have that means of communication? Chair,
Honorable
there was
Honorable
no...
Keter, was there any demonstration in Baraton?
No.
Thank you.
Again, on top of that, Chair, they are saying they can.
Honorable CEO.
Yes, Chair.
It is now confirmed by the area MCA that there was no demonstration in Baraton, and you have just lied under oath.
Okay. Through Chair again. What I'm explaining.
Can you confirm first that you have lied under oath?
What I was explaining, Chair.
No. Can you confirm that you have lied under oath?
I have not lied under oath.
So who is telling us the truth between you and the area MCA?
What I'm explaining is the atmosphere during that particular week.
Honorable CEO, you are unanswered and you said there was a demonstration.
I didn't say specific date.
So can we replay the answer to that effect to confirm what you have said?
What I'm explaining, Chair.
Honorable CEO, you've confirmed to us that there were demonstration. The area MCA was there waiting for you to officially hand over the stalls to the people. And he has confirmed, because he's the area MCA, that there were no demonstration in Baraton. And you have just said there were demonstration. And if you are objecting, I will request the ICT department, the answer department, to play what it has been recorded.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, what is the point of order?
Even as probably you request him to do that, I wish, looking at the question, it is having a scope of 3 years or 2. That's what I heard the Honorable Member to be saying. So really we cannot settle down on a certain day, a certain Thursday, whether there were demonstrations or not. What I would like to ask, including the CEC, is there a plan about these markets? And could they share with us that plan? Any document at all that says, this is what we are intending to do on these markets and what have you. The overall picture. And even when you had intended to hand over, let alone this issue of you and the area MCA. I'm more interested in how the government operates. Do you have a plan, even including for handing over, and could you share that plan? And I wish again, Chairman, that we finish all the questions. The way I really would like to ask, there are some questions that would slide easily. Could they answer all the questions and then we come back to another round?
Honorable members, there are some follow-up questions that you are raising, and that is what it is delaying them from answering the questions. But before we proceed, before I give Waziri to continue, I'm on the chief officer. You've lied under oath. So it is better for you to withdraw and apologize.
Well guided through the chair, I withdraw and apologize.
Thank you. Waziri, can you answer all the questions?
Okay, thank you, Chair. One is still on the issue of the market. Yes, Chair, I agree, especially On the Baraton one, it is true, it's long overdue. And I remember sometime last year we engaged, and my department had obtained a list of people to be allocated the stalls. There were both stalls built by the Department of Administration, and some were built by the Department of Trade. So in the internal consultations, finally we just agreed with the Department of Administration, can we just proceed to allocate? So we came up with a list of beneficiaries, but the area MCA who is here was of a contrary opinion. So what I asked my team is, can we harmonize the list so that we get the input of the MCA, so that then we are on the same page, because there were certain things that the MCA wanted us to take care of in terms of allocation of the ground. So I asked my team be in consultation with him. So that was done, and I think, if I'm not wrong, chief officer, is that the allocation that was to happen the last two weeks ago, and I remember one of my staff members, her name is Yvonne Chebet. I remember on the morning she was communicating to me that indeed they're going to site, that they're going to do the handover. I haven't gotten report that it didn't happen, but I think that is a matter I'll follow up with. But the truth of the matter is, this has taken long. It is inexcusable, and I think there's a problem. On the Kibiok,
what is the problem?
On the Kibiok,
what is the problem?
Well, initially, I would say...
Order, honorable members, please let us follow the procedures and rules. Before you address the CC, you must make the chairman
guided.
Yes.
Okay. Through the chair, what is the problem? And I would like you to be very specific. Do you have a plan that you can share with this assembly or this committee about these markets, even including starting from inception and everything, and how you intended to hand over? Before you say it is long overdue, when was the date that you intended to hand over? And now you are saying it is overdue. Is it overdue by 1 month, by 2 months, by 1 year? And what was the reason?
Honorable Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, one is, it's not only the markets that are long outstanding. I wish to confirm that the number of projects by the government that have not been operationalized, and simply, to answer the question of the honorable member, is one of the things is, for example, the Baraton market. There was a challenge of ownership for starters. There was, as I told you, there were stalls done by trade, others done by administration. The two departments didn't speak to each other. That was a problem purely on the part of executive. We were not able to reconcile and sit down and agree that we really need to sort this. So we've since been able
Point
to...
of information,
Honorable
Chair.
Keter, what is the order? Point of
There
order.
is, now if we talked of the ownership, Kanwasiri, there is no way, if there was a conflict or anything with Mr. Chair, the stalls could not be built in that market. So for our Waziri to say there was a challenge and already the stalls market has been built, it's a true lie, Mr. Speaker. What it was there, it was resolved, and the plan, the market is going on. If you go every Friday, there is ongoing market there. Waziri, there is no way you can build a stall when there is a conflict in that land. We are talking of the stalls that has been built already.
Thank you, Honorable Keter.
Chair.
Honorable.
Thank you.
In that breath, he's talking of challenge of ownership for which has in that operationalization of the same market. Was a challenge existing before the markets were put up, or it is a challenge that arose before the handing over for the last 2 weeks?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Bet. Maybe for you to answer both questions on Waziri, you've talked that the Department of Administration and the Department of Trade did not speak to each other. And you have admitted that there was a challenge. And if I can remind, you've also said the county government has not operationalized most of the projects across all the departments. So, do you acknowledge that we have a problem in Nandi?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to mention reason for that, and I hope I didn't use the word most of the projects. Some projects have not been operationalized. I said the issue of ownership is not land ownership, Chair, as Mheshimiwa might have construed that to mean. It's not issue of ownership. It was ownership of the project. That is an operational matter which we've since sorted between the two departments, because at some point, TRED hoped that administration will take care of the issuance, administration vice versa. So we've since been able to sort that, and it's a matter that is addressed. And also, of course, I've mentioned the issue of Mheshimiwa, whose interest in terms of the perspective wanted the markets to be taken care of happens. Secondly, the other issue why we have some of these projects not working, Chair, is the resistance by the people we've built the projects for to use the projects. We've had markets, and I think Kibiok, we have some markets which are ready to be used, and I could cite a few other examples where you have the soils ready, but then people are not ready to use them, either because they feel they're a bit off, or they find it more suitable to display their wares on the front side as opposed to using the facilities. But that is largely a matter of enforcement. So to answer your question and his question on the work plan, for my department, I have asked the team to take stock of all the projects that are complete, that we would actually say complete or requires just one or two things to fix, and especially you'll find it's mostly a matter of an ablution block here and there to operationalize. And this is largely on the markets. So the plan that we have as a department is, let's go to wherever the wananchi have asked.
Now that the CC has mentioned something on a pollution block, from the CC and the CO, there is a project number 52 in the same document, construction of a pollution block at Labuyo. I want to confirm whether the three officers before us have ever visited Labuyo, a pollution block. Chair, whether they have been there personally. Before I pose a question to them, I want them to confirm whether they visited the project. The project was allocated 1,584,400. The same project contracted sum and budgeted sum was equal, and the project is 100% complete. So before I asked a question to them, I want to, now that the CC mentioned issues to do with the pollution block, can they confirm that the three of them has visited the project in person?
Thank you, honorable members.
Maybe through the chair also on
Honorable Bet as Kogo.
Okay, on that issue also, maybe the CEC and the CO to tell us about the pollution block in Maraba, and also to share to us, to this assembly, what does the pollution block entails.
Thank you, honorable members. I think, Waziri, I want you to respond to the issue that has been raised by Honorable Tarbei, whether you, CEO, and the director are there. Have you ever visited Labuyo in person, physically?
And point of order before, this project of Labuyo, where is it situated? Is it in Kapjorwa ward or Sobasongo ward?
Thank you. So, Waziri, have you visited Labuyo?
Chair, not yet.
Not yet. What about the CEO?
I have not yet, but I said
you have not yet.
My officers.
The director?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Chair, now I want to pose the question, Chair.
Now, I would like to give...
Where is the project situated?
Yeah, and then honorable members, allow me to give some directions. Let us hold more questions first so that they can respond to what we've posed to them, so that we don't get mixed up. But you note your questions so that we can give them time to respond on the earlier questions raised. Thank you. Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. So to go back to Mheshimiwa Minus.
Okay, maybe I will just give kidogo. I will give Mheshimiwa Tarbei, because you have all confirmed that you have never been to Labuyo. Let Tarbei ask the question that
because it's an interesting project, Chair. That's why I'm asking. And unfortunately, I know the CEC and CO are provided with government vehicles. I was hoping they would have visited there. So the project, Chair, is 100% complete. The same project, if you compare the contracted sum and the budgeted sum, is equal. 1,584,400,000, meaning the process, I don't know, the logic, maybe the CC will explain to us. If the tendering process were competitive, they will explain to us how the contracted sum and the budgeted sum are equal. The same project, Chair, we visited as a committee. It's a dire situation. I believe even the technical team has the pictures.
Okay, thank you, Honorable
They can
Tarbe.
project.
The ICT department, can you project the project in Labuyua?
Chair.
And as you prepare, I would like to direct that question asked by Honorable Tarbe be answered by the CEO.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Also, as you ordered the one to be played, I also want to confirm by CC, the other also in Paraton, Chair, that there were some people waiting. So ICT Tabawa, I ask Chair so that that clip also Paraton can be played.
Yeah,
So
so Chair.
people have seated.
Honorable members, let me first request the ICT team to project the one in Labuyua and followed by the one for Honorable Ketera at Baraton.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. Just for avoidance of doubt, I would like to draw this committee to Section 36 of the County Government Act, where it stipulates the functions of the executive committee, county executive committee, and one of them, Honorable Chairman, says this, that they are supposed to supervise the administration and delivery of services in the county. So in this case, the question, according to me, directly lies with the CEC as opposed to, or both of them, because this is what the law says. Or at least maybe even as we wait for that projection, could the CEC confirm that he has such a role? Supervise the delivery of services in the county. And that's across all the departments.
Thank you,
Okay,
Chair. So,
thank you, honorable members. Let me allow the ICT department to project the project in Labuyua. That is the one, eh?
that is the situation. As you can see, Chair, we were perturbed. This is a project that has costed 1.5 million. You can see the situation. Neither the CEO, the CEC has visited, and this is a project which we want the CEO to explain how the contracted sum was equal to the budgeted sum and whether the procurement processes were followed. Chair, there is no water, as you can see, at a container there and all the, just go back to the picture. That is the source of water, meaning, I don't know if it's the community who is bringing water there to be used in that facility. It is called a pollution block, but the bathroom has never been used because there is no water in the project. The piping work, Mr. Chair, I wish even that this team, the CECs, could visit. Those are some of the honorable members who visited the project, and it is a dire situation. One, this is a project which is in, the market was contracted during, I think, through ShowMap. So there is another better facility which were constructed by ShowMap. So we would like to know what informed first the construction of the pollution block, why resources was utilized, and the project is not handing, we don't have the value for money for this project, Chair. So I'm wondering, now that this is the department that's executing this project, themselves, and I don't know which of their staff visited the project, and the situation is as it is in the picture, Chair. So meaning, I don't know how the department is operating, Chair. Maybe they can answer the question first, the procurement process, how in this facility, the contracted sum is equal to the budgeted sum. It means some figures, or, I don't know, maybe I don't want to put what.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yeah.
Honorable Tarbe, Honorable Trufosa.
To add on that, why did they allocate funds to that ablution block, Labuyua, and yet we had the ablution block which was built by ShowMap? What was the reason for allocating other funds to that market, Labuyua?
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable, the Chief Officer.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
On a follow-up, a rejoinder to what Honorable Tarbey and Honorable Turfosa have said. Now that this was a project funded by the county, and we know the responsibility of the officers is to supervise. And yet they are confirming that they've never stepped on that place. Are they really performing their duty?
Chair, that is my word, and I want to say something. Like, I was one of the members who had an opportunity to make a visit. There are other, I think, 2 abolition blocks which was built by the SHOMAP. And the same question that somebody has asked, was there any reason for county government to pump resources on a project that we already have an existing project that should have been maintained? 2, why should we have such big project that it doesn't add value to common mwananchi? Remember, this is a huge market on every Tuesday where we collect a lot of revenue. But maintaining the same facility that is providing us with a lot of revenue is a challenge. And Chair, you'd realize one of the reasons as to why money is being wasted on unnecessary projects is that people who are in charge, who are supposed to supervise, do not have time to make visits to this project even before implementation.
Thank you, Honorable.
Chair, before I complete, I want to draw you to the attention of at 2010 Constitution, Chapter 11, on the devolved government, Article 174F. One of the responsibilities of these members seated here today, that is the CEO, CC, and even the director, under Article 174F, is their responsibility is to promote social and economic development and the provision of proximate, easily accessible services throughout Kenya. It is the constitutional role of these people. It is not a request that you should be making. It is not a reminder that we should be reminding them of their responsibility. This is a clear demonstration that indeed people are irresponsible, careless, and they are not ready to provide services to the people of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bate. Honorable Chief Officer, can you explain the magic whereby the contracted sum is the same as the budgeted amount? And secondly, I want to bring into your attention the documents that we are using are the documents that you submitted to the Department of Finance to be forwarded to this house. So these are the same documents under your custody. So maybe you will answer that. And then maybe on another issue, Honorable Tarbe had a question. Can you please raise the...
I think the first question was the one you have asked, Chair, on the procurement process. The other question has been asked by Honorable Turfosa, why they initiated the project when we had another facility, another abolition block contracted by SHOMAP. It's the same, Yani. It's
Thank
just,
you. So the CEO, please, can you answer to those questions?
Yes, through Chair. Since the facility in question is historical, may I request through Chair that the facility in question is procured in the year 2017, and since then, that time that my director was present, may I humbly request that director respond that question?
I think the chief officer,
Point of order,
you are the accounting officer for the department.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman.
And governments are in perpetuity.
Point
the
of
moment
order.
you are, I have heard your point of order. The moment you are sworn in to be the chief officer in trade, you must be hands-on with all that is happening with your department. So, I think you are not being honest to this committee, the chief officer. You are not being honest because the same project that you are alluding to is in the budget. And the budget of 2022-2023, you are in. So I think you need to be honest.
Chair.
Maybe I will request the Before I give let me first give the point of order, and then I will give you.
Okay, my point of order was, Honorable Chairman, considering the questions that have come up, maybe the CEC could help us understand how the county decides to have a project. How is it worked out? So that we can have some good understanding. So, like for instance, do you know, Honorable CC, how this particular project, the decision to have it, how was it done? That's my point of order.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
Chair.
So that Waziri will answer both of them. Honorable
My chair is to emphasize what the CEO wanted to pose to another person question. Is it not a chair for CEO to allude that let director explain, while we know director during that year 2019, 2018 was in another department. I think even director is too junior in that field, chair, because the same year that we are discussing that, chair, the same CEO was in that department. So who is more senior than the other one in that department?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Keter. The Chief Officer, I will not allow the director to answer that question because you are the accounting officer of the department. So we either leave the question as it is or you answer.
Chair, for avoidance of doubt, the project has been paid. When was it paid? Even if it is historical pending bill, what did they determine to pay? Because themselves they are saying they have not visited the project. Because the project is written, contracted sum is 1.584,400. Budgeted sum 1.485,400. Paid amount, it's indicated 1.584. So the project has been played. The comments is 100% implementation. The remarks by the department is the facility is already in use. So to come and lie to this house that this is an historical thing that they don't want to associate themselves, yet maybe you can confirm first to this honorable house, when was this project paid and when was it paid?
Maybe through the
Chief Officer, Honorable members, please, I want to request you, let us minimize the...
It's a conjoined question, Honorable Chair. And let the Chief Officer tell us, why is it that the contract sum and the budgeted sum is the same?
Okay, thank you. I want to plead with honorable members. Let us allow them now to finish the questions that we have posed.
Thank you, honorable members. Through Chair, let me respond to this Labuyo. It is not a lie that, or it is in situation that I may not be in a position to answer it. I will answer it properly. This project was historical, but if we have an historical project and the community needs to be completed, we will roll over the budget to the next. That is why it was initiated in 2017, but it is paid in 2023, 2024. Now, we found the budget the way it was, but due to some adjustments, because of the need of this particular time, then that initial budget of 2017 might not be sufficient. That is why it spills over or more than the contracted sum. And on the issue of visiting the project,
No, CEO, you didn't
Bwana
get...
CEO,
You didn't get...
Bwana CEO, let us be honest, please. The contracted sum is 1,584,400. The budgeted amount is 1,584,400. We've asked you to explain to this honorable committee the logic. How did it arise that the contracted sum is the same as the budgeted amount? That is the issue that is being raised by the honorable members.
Chair, could I answer that one?
Yes, your CEO.
Thank you, Chair. This is a project that was done in the year 2016-2017. When we came in to government in the year 2018, basically the financial year 2017-2018, the first thing that we did was to do a supplementary budget. On the supplementary budget, we wiped out all the items that ideally were supposed to have been for pending bills, because we felt that as a government we needed to do an audit. So in wiping out, we removed even these items from the budget and committed it to a task force to ascertain the status of it. After these projects were successfully ascertained as actually existing on the ground, we now brought them back to the budget on the exact amounts that had been tendered. You'll notice that possibly in the budget before they tendered at that time, maybe it was 1.6. But since we now had the benefit of hindsight, we were budgeting for the items that had already been tendered, ascertained by a task force. Then we were budgeting for the exact amounts that had actually been tendered. And that is why you see.
Point of order. Could he just answer the question? Why are the two figures the same? I mean, he's taking us in circles, Honorable Chairman.
Chair, thank you. Precisely. I'm saying we came in 2016-2017. There were projects that had been budgeted for, and projects were already being executed. Whatever figures that were there, maybe 1.6, 1.7.
Through the chairman.
Yes, Honorable.
Is it okay for a project to have similar figures?
Thank you, Chair.
Budgeted and contracted. Is it okay? Yes or no?
Chair, I request that he listens keenly.
No, not a story.
It is very much okay if you are budgeting for projects that have already been executed from hindsight. I think this is something you're not grasping through the chair. Because if I've executed a project, I'm now rebudgeting for a project that I've subjected through a task force. So this is the year 2018-2019 that the task force was doing. So in their process of verification, Chair, we realized, oh, okay, the Labuyo market was actually tendered, and the contractor that was given the works was given at 1584. So you actually budget at the exact amount for which it was tendered. I hope it is clear.
So what was the actual tenders?
The actual amount tendered is the 1584 that is appearing here.
The ones that were there originally.
We would just need to go back to those figures and
Do you have the task force report?
That is something we can retrieve. So we are budgeting with hindsight, Chair, that you already know. And ordinarily, that's actually how the budget should be. We are told.
Was there competitive bidding? Are you
Order,
suggesting?
Honorable Member. Order, please. Let us give Waziri time to answer to the questions, please.
Yes. So, Chair, thank you. So, Chair, I'm saying on these figures, it's not only the 1584. If you look at it, even the Kabongwa, Kapchepkok, and the Ngenybogurio, the figures, the tendered amounts are the same as the budgeted amounts, because you are rebudgeting for figures for projects that have been done. We removed them. I said the first thing we did was to remove everything from the supplementary budget. Then when the task force verified that these are actual projects on the ground, then when you're putting them in the budget, you put them on the exact figures that, because you have the benefit of hindsight. You already know this project was tendered for 1584, 1517. So you do the exact amount that is there. So it is not an anomaly, and that is why this figure has been indicated here. Chair, maybe just to clarify or to be able to qualify that point is to obtain the original budget of 2016-2017 to confirm that these items were in the budget and it was budgeted at what figures. Maybe that will clear the anomaly. That is something I can undertake to confirm.
Okay.
Chair,
yes,
through the
Honorable
chair.
Mosby.
Now, Waziri has explained that the figures there emanated from a task force report. And yet they are giving us as a house as a tendered amount. Definitely, you didn't tender that amount, that 15,800,000 and 400 something. It wasn't tendered. Yet, in the report presented to this house, you are purporting to have tendered that amount. Why should you give us that heartache of looking at an amount, say purported to have been tendered, yet it wasn't tendered? You are supplying this house with a lie, Waziri.
Chair,
yes, Waziri.
That is not correct. It's not tendered amount. It's called contract sum. Contract sum is basically the figure by which the figure had been awarded. And then we are showing the column on the budget. So what we've put in the budget But the contract sum is what is informed in the contract period. But perhaps what the honorable member is raising is under the file tendered works, which really, in essence, there is no inconsistency. But the column I'm talking about, the contract sum,
Waziri, for better understanding of the members, what led to the formation of the task force?
Thank you, Chair. So when Governor Sang came into office, there were huge balances that were called pending bills from the previous administration, totaling 1.4 billion shillings. So looking at the resources available vis-a-vis what needed to be settled, it didn't look practical. And also,
Chair,
for purpose
Chair,
of clarity.
Chair,
Yes,
allow me
Madam.
to interrupt. From the CC, if I can take you to the same document, that is project number 35. Because they have told us the other project, because it was on a pollution block and it was in pending bill. Let me request Wasiri to explain to us on the operationalization of a textile apparel unit. That is in Lilmoko Ngejek. There is another project which contracted some, the contracted sum and the amount paid. No, I think that's, maybe I can finalize, because I was seeing the same figures appearing as the same for the toilet, but maybe I can.
So, Chair, can I proceed?
You can proceed, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, maybe, in a nutshell,
yes,
the Chair.
Let me give to Honorable Laldim.
Yes, Chair. I know now you have a lot of experience that you are the CC Finance the other day, and now you are the CC Trade. And mine is like a general question, but facing Labuya. The way you talk, it is like you are giving us civic education that we have learned a lot when answering questions. We have sat in schools, we have schools board where bidding is done when something is advertised for a contract like this one for Labuya. And once it is advertised, they must be the lowest bidder, the lowest and the highest one, and the highest one, and the highest one, and the highest one.
Visited, perhaps they didn't give a true position. To say that a project is complete doesn't necessarily mean, Chair, that it does not require repair works. And what we've seen clearly, to me,
Chair.
That is something that needs
Honorable Chair, accuracy of
Order members, let us keep Waziri to
You know,
finish.
you can't allow that, because Honorable Chair, how comes that the repairs are done before the completion of the work?
Chair, in fact, it is written 100% complete. What is the meaning of 100% complete?
Waziri, continue.
Thank you, Chair. When
I want to request honorable members, please let us give time to Waziri to finish the questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. So let me just finish, Chair, and protect me so that then the follow-up questions can come after. Is that when it's 100% complete, it is to the extent that the BQ is provided for that. Sometimes a project, the BQ provides completion without even, say, provision of water or sanitary facilities. In the books, it will really appear as 100% complete. But when you go to the ground, you realize there's no water connection. The truth is, it is complete in terms of the BQs, but in terms of the operationalization of it might not be the case. So the issue of the Labuya, Chair, I'll request that you allow me to confirm the status of it, having been indicated that this is a historical amount. And just to tie up with the question that you asked of why did we need to set up a task force, is that I said we found huge pending bills. So let's first subject them through a process. And in the found so many ghost projects that never existed, so many water projects that were purported but were never built. So we struck them out. So the beginning point was strike everything out, and then we will rebudget. So as we did the verification, then we are now able to bring back the Labuya water project to be paid then. And the reason the Mheshimiwa for Chemundu says he's not seeing it in pending bills is because it's paid, really. It was what we've shown here are historical pending bills, whether paid or unpaid. But if you're looking at the status of pending bills as per the M&D report, anything that has been paid will not appear there. So to then maybe proceed to the question for, I don't know, I think I've forgotten for Mheshimiwa, but let me just pick up from what Mheshimiwa had indicated, Mheshimiwa Maina had indicated, whether there were real documents in terms of what we plan to do as a department. Yes, meetings and internal notes as to what we want to execute as a department. The issue of operationalization of the existing projects that have not been in operation, Chair, we've actually started, and whereas we do not have a document to present here, we can actually even share the roadmap of what we've discussed within the department, so that then Mheshimiwa can get to understand that we really are moving. And also to clear on his question is, he had asked why I indicated that we'll use emergency for issues like the ablution blocks. One is, for example, the case of, we had an ablution block that collapsed in Kapkerer. When an ablution block collapses, and this is a very busy market, that is a matter of emergency, Chair, and therefore that invokes the power of the CEC finance to via money through the emergency fund to protect, because the health of people is at risk. So in such circumstances where there are existing markets, we're able to put up, and then there is an emergency in terms of a toilet, we're able to quickly put up a toilet using the emergency fund, and the PFM Act allows that, section 112 and 113. However, on the issue, for example, there is a toilet, Chair, that we've done in Kemeloi Maraba. That is not something that is done under emergency fund. Together with the Treasury, we've agreed that there should be something called a rapid results initiative, where we're able to use framework contracting, where they have already been pre-qualified, awaiting any aspect that needs to be intervened. So in the case of the ablution block in Kemeloi Maraba, that wasn't an emergency, but it was a necessity. So this could actually be done through a rapid results initiative project, where the budget, the funds are available, but then the contractors who have been pre-qualified through a framework contract can just be deployed within a very short time to go to the field and execute the works.
Maybe Chair, while on the same question, I wanted the CC to take us through maybe a project that is not budgeted for, and the department goes ahead and execute. Maybe like the project on the Ajira E-Soko program. It was never in our budget, but the department executed the same. So on what basis was that done? Because it's neither an emergency or...
That was budgeted. Come up again, which program is that?
The program, I think with this document, it's project number 33.
Kindly read, Chair.
The E-Soko program.
Chair, that was budgeted for, tendered, and executed. So that was budgeted.
And maybe in the same, the budget was 2 million, but you contracted it at 2.3. So how are you explaining the 300,000 above it? And was it approved by the Honorable House?
Thank you, Chair. In tendering or in budgeting, we are allowed up to a certain percentage, a certain range, beyond which we can't go above. In this case, we are allowed up to 15%. So that means immediately in the subsequent budgeting, ensure you provide for any extra, and you usually provide for these extra amounts from the savings that have arisen, because not all programs are budgeted at the exact amount. Yeah, so that confirms. So when you do 15% of 2 million, you are still within the range. So that is 300,000.
So for the records of the CC confirming that the same was budgeted in the financial year.
And Chair, where is the physical location of this? Or what? I don't understand.
Yes, this is a digital platform that we came up with, Nandi. This is an E-Soko platform, similar to, say, Jumia, similar to Gigi, the platforms. And maybe when we come to that, I'll still...
Do we have the app?
The app is there. We actually have 2 apps, Chair. We did one for digital tourism place for Nandi. It's called visitnandi.com. And then the other one is called Nandi Marketplace. The apps are there. It's a web-based platform. The plan was, after we've done the web-based platform, we also consolidate this into an app, a mobile app, which is still work in progress.
Okay.
So, Chair, is the...
Chair.
The amount, yes, it was budgeted.
Which financial year?
Within the same financial year, the 2 million.
The budget team, to confirm.
Chair,
Yes, Honorable.
Also, Chair, don't forget, I'm still waiting.
To project, Yes.
Chair, maybe I want to raise a...
Honorable.
Can you serve this committee with a number of projects for emergency? And as we know, any emergency fund must be approved by this honorable house. Can you, in your department, highlight it or serve us with a number of projects that you have requested for emergency fund, maybe pollution blocks and so forth?
Thank you, honorable members. Waziri, maybe so that you can answer all. I want to take you to the task force. When it was formed to ascertain the existence of this project, and you have confirmed that some were ghost. In that team, I want to believe you or trust that we had the county engineers. Now, going to the Labuyo issue, you use the contractor's document to appropriate money. Am I right?
We used the available county documents.
Yeah.
That had been tendered.
That had been tendered.
Yes.
So you use.
So they were the LPOs.
But
the
now, Waziri, was it the right thing to do? Because what was the value of that project then? Will I be wrong that there might be a conspiracy to defraud? Because if it is me, you do the value for the project that was there, right? So you just
No, Chair, you're right in what you said. We actually, in the technical team that went to field, the beginning point was the documents available within the county. But then we did what we called measurement of works. So there are contractors who submitted, because out of the 1.4, example would be, a contractor would be submitting saying a project is for 2.3 million, but our assessment would be 700,000. And you're right in what you're saying in that we had
so
to still measure.
What was the measured word for the Labuyo abolition block?
I would have to check, Chair, and I know this house, I'm sure if we perused it, we should be able to pick it. It might actually help us, but that is something I...
Allow me to take back Wasiri on the same program I have asked, the ISOCO program. Wasiri said there is a law allowing them some percentage. Are you allowing to vary a project? And which law will use? And I know I want to inquire if you will be able to furnish the same to the percentage. Are you allowed?
I think it's 15%, Chair. I can confirm that. So the 2.3.
So if it's Chair, if you the project was 2 million and they varied 20,000. So in terms of percentage, how much will that be?
I think, Waziri, what the honorable member wants you to answer is the appropriate law.
Yeah.
That gives you those powers for perusal. Is it the PFM Act? And if it is the PFM Act, which section of the PFM Act?
It was varied, it was 16% of the budgeted amount, if indeed the project was budgeted. So we need an exact amount, because this is, if it's not allowed, Mr. Chair, this will be direct.
Is actually 10% of the sub-vote, not of the individual item. So a sub-vote might be clusters of 20 million. So if you do 10% of 20 million, you're varying one item within the sub-vote. So that initially So it is, the variation is 10% of the sub vote. But allow me to.
To honorable members, sub vote meaning.
Well,
but
okay, thank you, Chair. Is that a follow-up question, which I'm sure you're giving me? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So a sub vote, in this case, the entire budget is disaggregated into a vote book. A vote book will have sub votes between departments. So, for example, 4401 is Department X, 4403. So within the cluster of 44, these are clusters based on items of similar characteristics. So in this case, this would be development items for the Department of Trade. So if the Department of Trade, the items under development falling within the same line would be, say, 15 million. That now is a 25 million, but we are now focused only on the 15 million. So that allows a variation of within 10% of the sub vote, which is 15 million, not the overall budget. So not the specific line item. So within a sub vote, you'll adding up to the sub vote.
Maybe, Chair, for clarification,
I think, Honorable Waziri, you are somehow confusing Honorable Member. We are getting 2.3.
Allow
Now,
me, Chair.
You are
Chair,
now
Chair.
going back to introduce a sub-vote of
Chair,
10%.
Chair, for you to not to deviate, Waziri started its lead house, Mr. Chair, because we are working on an itemized budget. Let's, for example, we want to construct an assembly, and we have allocated 30 million, for example. How can you use the sub-vote to vary a project, yet we are working on itemized project? We budgeted for something, we allocate the amount. I think Waziri is trying to mislead that you can use the entire budget of a department to vary a particular project. For example, let's take, for example, an ECD we are constructing. We have allocated 1 million for an ECD classroom. How can you say you want to vary an ECD, which is supposed to be contracted with 1 million, construct it with 3 million, simply because the law allows you to vary a sub-vote? Because we are talking of one project which was varied by 320. Tell us that because a project, for example, was a market, you cannot vary maybe one item using the
Yes, Honorable Chair, as a rejoinder to that project number 33, I don't know. And again, the amount paid is only 2 million. Let me ask, was there a negotiation? Contractor be paid less?
Waziri. Waziri, continue.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to answer that from Mheshimiwa Tarbe. Chair, I'm not misleading the House. Let me just be clear on the issue. Law allowing me. Remember, the custodian of the PFM Act is the Treasury, the County Treasury, in this case, the CC Finance. The law allows for spending within the sub-vote an amount not more than 10%, pending regularization by the 15 million in a sub-vote, and some items have been tendered. If for whatever reason, million and you have 15 million, the law allows the tenderer or the accounting officer to proceed with the tendering, but within 2 months with the county assembly. That is within the sub-vote. The sub-vote here, meaning it has several items, simply because it anticipates that you may tender the item for an amount more than that. So as long as you look at the bottom line and it adds up, and I think that is something we for purpose of records, I wish to still be able to get the law. I'm just trying to retrieve the law so that I read to this house. Thank you.
I would like to request that we proceed. We still have a number that are still pending.
May I ask, Honorable Chair, so that we move away from, is the CC confirming? You know, also looking at it holistically, he indicated earlier on that sometimes we have challenges of resources. Way you varied to 2.3, and you're saying when the project has already started, was at the time of awarding the contract.
It's at the award.
So you know, I'm wondering if you have a tendering a competitive process for something, and it's you who is requesting. You go ahead and decide that now you need 2. And proceed on, and you have undertaken a competitive process. So the question would be, did you do it? Did you do competitive process? And it brings me to another question. You know, I had asked you earlier on about project decision, which you have not answered. How do you decide that a project would be required? And if you now arrive at 2 million and bring to this house, and then later on when you are at tendering process, you give 2.3. Yet you know very well that the county does not have so much money. So you go and upscale. According to you, how do you feel about that?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. Just to answer his or in the process of coming up with projects, it's usually the mother document will always have factored it in the CIDP, of course. But as to when this is going to be implemented is a decision that, at example, this year, let's do a SOCO platform. I mean, the e-SOCO platform, for example. So that is a decision level. Of course, all these being products of a public participation. I mean, remember in this case, the digital marketplace. These arose when we engaged the local chamber of commerce and the business community. We thought that they may benefit from a government prepared platform. So having determined the need on the ground, you then go ahead to put it in the specific year that you want to implement. So in this case, in the ADP, if you choose to start with it, you look at the resource envelope that you have as a department. So you've been given much resources. You decide that, well, not all the projects will. Ordinarily, for brick and mortar projects, it is required that by the time already developed BQs that will tell you this project will cost this much. However, that is where we have a lapse as a government. We've not been able to prepare BQs beforehand. So oftentimes, you find at the end of the period when we are implementing a project, you budget 50 million, but you realize you tendered for 46 million or you tendered for 52 million. So that answers the question of Chair, that we ask that we have is that before, especially with the word fund, ensure that we have BQs already and ensure that we have the exact cost of the project, because that helps us to optimally allocate resources. So,
Waziri, before you proceed further, you have admitted that we have a lapse in the government, and that one has been captured clearly. So, whom do you blame?
Not been answered.
Yes.
Was it single source or competitive process? And if it was a the other bidders who are able to deliver it even in less than 1.8 million.
Thank you. Waziri.
Chair, without really magnifying as a lapse in government, these are things, the issue of not having big queues before projects or before budgeting has to do with so many things that are really beyond.
So squarely do you blame for these lapse? So I don't need this other explanation because you want to divert. So it has been captured. That one is on record. So and the good thing, Waziri, you have been the CC Finance in the first term of His Excellency the Governor. Now you have 2 years in the second term of the same, and you have said that there is a lapse in government. Do you blame? I don't need explanation. I just want you to say we blame.
Chair, I think this is collective responsibility for everyone, no particular person.
For everyone, who now?
Everyone.
Who are the one?
The whole of Nandi County. Both the executive and the assembly.
Chair.
Explain why, including the citizens, because sometimes they want a project. When you go to the ground, you realize even there are still issues of land ownership. So you say, well, we'll put regularization of the issues of land ownership. So sometimes even public participation has not sorted.
I think, Waziri, you should
move.
exempt the assembly and the people and the citizens, because you are the ones that have been given the mandate to see. So when you bring in the assembly, as we are just doing oversight.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, could you just settle down on this question? The 2.3, at what point did you decide that you needed to was there competitive bidding first?
Thank you, Chair. On the 2.3, this was a request for proposal. So this was a tender process and a request for proposal tender, one of the types of tenders. And in the request for proposal, you actually do it in 2 levels. You first get the upon which, once they have satisfied the technical assessment, you now go to the financial bid. So this process was not single sourcing. It was done through a request for proposal, and I think the documents we submitted shows that. There were a number of bidders. On the bidders, when we assessed, because we developed our TORs, terms of references, which we captured them as 5S in what we wanted to achieve. When you get to assess the bidders, you realize that not everyone will even pass the technicals. After they pass the technical, then you proceed to financial proposal, at which point now, the person whom we awarded was the 2.3 million.
Through the chair, I wish to ask on this question, Honorable Chair, are you then saying for document, the RFP document and RFQs, did you envisage what was the budget? Had you put it at 3 million or was it at 2 million?
It was at 2 million.
And you are allowed to approve contract beyond the budget?
Up to 10% of the sub-vote overrun.
Are you able to provide to the assembly this issue? And remember, CEC, you're talking about up to 10%. But Honorable Chairman, I think there is a possibility that this CEC could be taking us in some sort of cycles, because we have allowed, this House has appropriated a line budget of 2 million. He goes and makes a decision to increase it to 2.3. And he finds that okay. Did you seek approval for this? Chair. Are you able to spend beyond the budget allocated?
People who provided, who RFQs and their quotations.
I think, Honorable CC, because this issue of 2.3 we leave that issue to rest. You will just provide documents so that we can...
Timeline.
We still have a...
Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
There's a question not answered yet. Huh? I want to understand the payment. Why the contract is 2.3 and the payment is 2 million? The service provider is still expecting the balance to be paid.
I think on that, I want to read the Procurement Act. Responsibilities of the accounting officer. Ensure are within the approved budget of that entity. Are within the approved budget of that entity. So this is an issue that the accounting officer will have to explain. The issue of about Honorable Sum, the technicalities of paying more than what is. Okay, explain that.
Through Chair.
Before you proceed, I want to... There was an issue about the Baraton handing over. Can you please project?
So as we wait for that projection, Honorable Chairman, I would wish that, so that, because there was a question I intended to raise on the aggregation center, the industrial park, which is similar. I want so that we don't come back to it because it's similar. Could the CC confirm and the CEO confirm the budgeted amount and the contracted amount for that particular project, the industrial park in Chemase? We will discuss a little bit more. There will be other questions about it, but I'd just like to know about what was the budget available and what did you contract it for?
Thank you. Thank you. So that you will both respond to the issue that has been projected about the handing over of the Baraton market. And we also have the chief there. It is being shown. So I think the CEO, you know, you are the one who said there were demonstration. So it hindered you from going to hand over that project that is next to the public. So I think you will respond to that and respond to the issue that has been raised by Honorable Sum.
Thank you. Through Chair, the question raised by Honorable Sum.
Chair, I think there are questions that are done and dusted. It was just to disapprove that there was no mandamano. In Baraton, period, no response again.
Okay. So, Honorable...
To respond on the question of Honorable Sum, we've paid 2 million and we are yet to pay 300,000. Thank you.
So the Chemase, through the chair.
That is a question to the Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. We Chemase project for 520.
So
520 million, yeah.
Chair,
shillings.
Before we proceed, that I wanted Chair, through your guidance, that now indeed we have confirmed that in demonstration in Baraton, and the CEO and the department I wanted the department to honor that they have failed twice. That is what without let the CEO and the CC confirm that all these market stalls, let them
dispense that.
Yes, we had dispensed that.
Yes. So
the projection.
Let's move forward.
The projection from Baraton confirms that the CEO has lied to us. Yeah. So we shall continue. Waziri, the issue of the industrial park has been raised by Honorable Maina.
Thank you. The honorable member asked for the contracted amount. 250 million funds from the national government, and the balance
about what was the budget available for that particular project? Man, could you give us the figures? Just figures.
The budget available, Chair, is 220 million, budgeted in a multi-year approach. We don't budget everything in 1 year.
Okay, could you confirm, Honorables, where he has this 520? Where is it in the budget? Let him show us.
I'll need to confirm the
Chair.
The budget document. What I'm saying, Chair, is that this is a commitment that we did as a multi-year.
Honorable Chairman.
So we have
Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman.
Let us
Point
give
of
time.
order.
Honorable Maina, let us give time to Waziri to respond.
Yeah,
and then I will give it to you back. Yes.
Need to guide us. We allocated as a Nandi County 250 million. National government was to give 250 million. And the basic question we are asking, where was this other additional figure and what prompted this additional figure?
I think, Waziri, you've understood what the honorable members are asking. Because we are located in the financial year of 20...
Honorable Chairman.
Yeah.
Point of order. I think the budget comes to us from the executive. Could he answer? Let him tell us. And if he's not aware of it, then we can make a conclusion as to how he does his work. Probably he's traveling, trying to get us some links.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. I think the issue of the budget is straightforward. You read from the budget document. I don't have one here.
Just show us.
Document here. If I can be given the updated budget, I'll show you the figures, Chair. Yeah.
Honorable members, I want you also to be not to be fair to you, Waziri. You know we are doing oversight. So you need to be aware of what is happening in your department so that most of these questions could have been answered. So Waziri, we appropriate 50 million in the budget of 22-23. Here is the budget. Yeah. So, Waziri, it is now clear, with me is the budget. Establishment of County Industrial Park, national government contribution, 250 million. Establishment of County Industrial Park, county government contribution, 250 million. So I have to explain the extra 20 million and why it has not been brought to the attention of this House?
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. It's actually not a question of even bringing it to the attention of this House. Remember, we had to undertake a supplementary budget as a measure that which we proceeded to do and gave 200 county. National government, then they proceed to make it at 520. Is that or CC, how, through the chair, how did you arrive at things like that?
And maybe on top of that, Waziri, you will have to also give us the current status of the industrial park at Jemase. Oh, don't project fast. Let Waziri explain.
Thank you, Chair. It is true. The concept of the industrial parks was conceptualized by the presidency, and all the counties were given uniform amounts of 500 million, 50% to be borne by the national government and 50% by the counties. The BQs were also done uniformly across all the counties, and therefore we were just sent our public works guys received the BQs, which they were just meant to adopt. So when we received our BQs, we realized that the standardization of the BQs was that these are BQs to be used on one, a flat area, secondly, a place that has red soil. Now, in our context, just as is the context with many other counties, we realized that our site, which is Chemase, wasn't going to accommodate the figures they'd given us. And therefore, when we did the first tendering process, the contractors had actually gotten to the 500 million mark. So when we didn't get any of the contractors getting us within the budget, we sought advisory from the department, from the State Department responsible. We asked them that we've done the first tendering and we feel it's non-responsive on account of the figures that were high. I think guys were quoting 569 million, 600 million. So we proceeded to cancel. So when we did this communication and wrote the communication to the State Department, they asked us to conduct soil sample tests. When we did the soil sample test, we then were able to communicate to them that, for example, the provisions that they had made for the foundation work for purpose of putting up the substructure was 1.2 meters deep. To be able to find a stable base, the contractor had to go to 2.5, 2.6 meters deep. So our case was really different, and we proceeded to. We conducted at the lab at Eldoret. We therefore wrote to the State Department, the Ministry of Trade, and they gave budget for any amount over and above what has been tender. So since we had cancelled the first tender, we then proceeded now to do the retendering, at which point the successful bidder was at 520 million, who then assumed site and is currently at the site proceeding with the works. Thank you, Chair.
Chair. The way Waziri has explained, it sounds so good. But since we are the oversight, we play a very important role in oversighting those kind of projects. Did Waziri give us, Waziri did not send approval for the extra amount? Did it consult the...
Okay, secondly, Waziri, I had asked a question on the current status of the industrial park. And on addition, how much money has been spent to date?
And
how much money has been spent to date on the issue of the industrial park?
Chair, and as he provides that, he also needs to provide the list of all the bidders and the advertisement as well.
And also, Waziri, on the issue of providing documents, I will also require that you provide the test, the documents that were done at the Eldoret lab. You also provide that to this assembly.
And Chair, if I may ask you, the CEC, is he aware that any variation should get an approval from this county assembly? And if yes, did you ask for approval of any variation?
Okay, thank you. On the provision of the documents, Waziri, I will give you until Wednesday at 10.
Honorable Chair, point of order. I do not wish to disapprove you, but doesn't he have the documents? Why doesn't he just send for them now? Right now, because they are just in the...
Honorable members have just ruled that I've given Waziri until Wednesday 10. So let us just agree with that. Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. So to answer your question, Chair, plus the two other questions that have come is that tendering the works at 520 million at the onset, that does not amount to a variation. It just amounts to an aspect that needs to be regularized in the budget. However, we now have a variation that has arisen as a result of substructure works, which will squarely and procedurally be approved in this House, because it requires us that within 2 months, we ensure that that is regularized. So that aspect of variation will come before this House.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. Point of
What
order.
is the point of order, Honorable?
Is the CC in order to say tendering beyond the money, the budget available is not a variation, ab initio?
Maybe Waziri, you will respond to that.
Okay.
Chair, and if it is regular, and Chair, and if it is regularization again, it needs the approval of this House. Was there any approval of regularization?
I think the way Waziri responded is the approval of the variation. So I think you need to explain both aspects, Waziri, for better understanding.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, as I indicated, that this is a multi-year contract. This actually runs all the way to 2026. So that means the budgeting will be in phases. So upon us getting a no objection from the Ministry of Trade, we proceeded with the tender. So when we awarded the person with 520 million, we were aware in our mind that in the subsequent financial year, we'll that we provide over and above the resources that are required. In this case, the county allocation would have to be 250 million plus 20 million, 270 million. But while we are at it, Chair, upon the completion of the substructure works, the contractor again raised a variation on the substructure works because he had to do other auxiliary excavations, which for us, the normal process is to subject it to the technical team. So we have the project manager. We also have the procurement team. We have the legal department. So when this variation arose, our initial understanding was that this variation will only arise after assembling a team. That's the procurement, the technical team, and all that. They assessed and they did what we call joint provisional sums for substructure works. There is actually need for more variation. So there is an additional variation which was actually concretized last two procurement, and the proper process is upon us establishing the variation, ensure that in the next supplementary budget, since we've been looking forward to a supplementary budget which will be coming possibly, I don't know, maybe in a week or two, one of the key things that we'll be fixing is the variation that arose from the measurements of works that were done after the contractor had done the substructure works. So the difference, Chair, is that variation arises when the contractor has already assumed site, has executed works, and then he realizes that either because of unforeseen issues, there's a deviation from what he had initially quoted. So this is a variation of his own figure.
Chair.
Yes, what is the point of order, Honorable?
There is different between activities during when director will be on site. But now I need this to be clear. The department went ahead and award tender.
I think
20
Waziri,
million beyond
for clarity,
without
Honorable Keter, for clarity, Waziri, so that we do away with this issue. Can you quote us the exact law that allows it allows us to continue? So can you quote that, whether it is in the PFM Act or in the procurement, it is now hindering us from moving forward? Is these contracts that you are awarding above the budget? What the specific law, whether in the Procurement Act or in the PFM Act, so that members can have a look at the law, so that it will allow us to move forward. Honorable
and Chair,
Pitt.
as he does that, I want to remind the officers before us what the law says on values and principles of public service. Article 233B, that these officers must, if you look at Article 232, an economic use of resources. E, there must be accountability for administrative acts. And F, transparency and provision to the public of timely, accurate information. I want to remind him that he must comply with the Constitution, and this is in line with the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Waziri, I will first request that you point out the relevant laws that allows you to award tenders above the budgeted amount, so that members can have a look at it. Honorable
Chair, and maybe we also need to Waziri to explain this word variation. Is it again that it is climbing up in the actual amount, or yeah, just explain this variation while awarding the tender.
Okay. Proceed, Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, maybe in simple terms, as Mheshimiwa Laldima said, is that variation is an increase in the tender value beyond what had been originally quoted. So the contractor in this case had quoted 520 million. But then he realizes he has, from what he quoted, he himself realizes he did not put everything. He has had to do more work than was necessary. So in that case, variation arises. So the variation that is dealt with under, or for that matter, is the Act 2015, Section 140 and Section 141. So it offers the limits. You cannot vary. For in this case, the variation for contract works not more than 20%. The quantity variation for works should not exceed, that is for goods, 15%. The value for contract variation should not result in increment of the total contract price by more than 25% of the original contract price, and on and on. So that is the public. There are the 2022 regulations as well that could further clarify at what point the variation can happen. As to now the issue of the 520 beyond the 500 million, this is at the tendering process, and that is why I explained when we realized that the first tendering process did not give us 500 million, it gave us everything above. We cancelled the tender because our understanding was we don't have the budget. So writing to the ministry with all the support, they gave us a no objection that so long as within a reasonable period, you regularize the same. You regularize the same in your budget.
Point of order.
Yes,
So,
what is
point
the
of
point?
order. Is the CC imputing that they are controlled by the department in the national government and not this house?
Chair, maybe on a better note, now that the ministry was the one who should share that then the extra amount rather than the resources for Nandi County. Is it possible that now that the blame be shifted to them so that they can cover because it is a joint project between the national government and the county. Why should the budget come to Nandi County, yet it is the ministry now from Mwasiri's point who are giving the clean bill of health? Why should you bring it to supplementary budget and not the national government to top up the same?
And maybe, Chair, there is something which is not coming up clear from the CC. Did the CC, before, it seems he has been negotiating so much with the national government. Is there any point did it inform this county assembly, this house, Mr. Speaker?
Maybe for clarity, Honorable CC, was there a study before this preparation of these whole documents? Or it was just an agreement that let us just allocate money without basing on anything? Yes.
He should also tell us, this 520, the contractor that he or she was awarded, was it the lowest, the highest, or how did he arrive at 520?
Thank you. And honorable members, let us now allow Waziri to wind up the questions that we have asked.
Thank you, Chair. So as we may all remember is that when the current national government came in, they had what they're calling better, bottom-up economic transformation agenda. One of the key things was, of course, one of the key pillars is industrialization, and how they were executing that was through establishment of county aggregation and industrial parks across all the counties, basically. Some counties will have special economic zones, some counties will have EPZs. But for us, we only have a county aggregation and industrial park. So largely from the onset is that this was a program driven by the national government under the Ministry of Trade. Nevertheless, this is our project, whereas they are the ones who conceptualized and even did the BQs. Ownership was required to be had by us. So one of the first things we did was we did a feasibility study. Though I must say that the feasibility study was required so urgently, so we did a document that I can say was for purposes of ensuring that we comply with the national government. And
point of order, Honorable Chairman. Can you give us an accurate description of that feasibility study? Are you saying you did not do it?
We did a feasibility study, Chair, which we sent via email to the ministry plus the National Treasury, capturing the 5 key value chains that would actually be used to operationalize the project. So because the CAIP really wanted every county to focus on their key areas of strength. So in this case, we were focusing on agribusiness, the cold storage, and the value chain around our key 5 pillars of agribusiness, I mean, from coffee, dairy, and all those other things. So we did a document that was submitted. An environmental impact assessment report was also done, and the same was submitted. Ownership documents for the land was also done, and we submitted. So we submitted quite a bulky set of documents for that purpose. So at the point then, to answer Mheshimiwa Tarbei's question, at the point of tendering, when we reverted to national government, it's not that this is their project, it's really for the county. When we reverted, one of the first thinking was, by us telling them that we've not gotten any contractor that has responded within the 500 million, our request was, could you shoulder the balance? They said no. What has been approved by the Office of the President and by the Treasury is 500 million for each county. Any budget overruns, make it good in your budget. And since this is our multi-year project, this spans about 3 financial years, it then gives us the leeway or the latitude to be able to adjust our figures within the 3-year budget implementation cycle. If this was a project to be implemented within 1 year, it would mean that we would have to accommodate the 520 plus, because now there is a variation, 520 plus possibly 40 million within this financial year. But since we have 3 years, we should be able to, in the next supplementary budget from discussion with Treasury Chair, we'll be able then to see what can be accommodated. But the document that will be coming clearly from our department is to indicate how much the project is, and then the county treasury will, based on the fiscal space it has, create room now for purpose of allocating that money within the 3-year cycle, and the same shall be forwarded to this house. So Chair, then to answer the question that you had asked is how much has been paid in this project? We've paid 97 million. There's been a certificate there's been one certificate that was raised after the substructure works. So of that certificate of retention and taxes, the figure that we've paid is 97 million. The status of the project, I must say, the issue of regularization of the same variation that had arisen, the contractor wanted that aspect regularized before he could resume site. So after the intervention of the technical committee, we asked the contractor to resume site, and the letters that were attendant to that were done by the chief officer together with the project manager and the attorney. So and I'm sure Mheshimiwa Maina, the contractor has been on the ground for 2 weeks now after he left site. What 8 go-downs. Some of the go-downs are warehouses, some of the go-downs are cold rooms. There's also an ablution block. There's works that will be happening. So majority of the civil works are what is going. About 90 or 80 million are mechanical and electrical works, which in this case involves installation of the cold rooms and the other mechanical aspects that are required. So from the contractor, from the meeting between my team and the contractor, is that he indicated ahead of his schedule, because the contract period is still very valid. He indicates that he'll the works within the contract period. Thank you.
Chair, honorable members, I would like to be settled. I would like to draw your attentions to section 139 of the Procurement Act, 139, subsection. So you can as well go through so that the issue of variation can be understood.
Chair, before you raised that case, I wanted to Wasiri to confirm our role in any role as this assembly in that project. If yes, have they notified us any progress or anything regarding in that? Because from the look of things, way above the budget, the work has started, it has been raised. Have they not? Let it come up clearly, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable.
Yes, my question is about the CEC has talked about the delay in the process of the implementation of the project. Could the delay also have been occasioned by the fact that the industrial park is situated in a place prone to flooding, and that the other reason why the contractor could not proceed was that he was waiting for the flood waters to subside? And then maybe, Honorable Chair, looking at the site, they are the ones who advise the government. Why was this project? And Chemasa it is actually establishment of county government. That is the charter of our constitution. One of the objects is for services to be accessible and so on and so forth. It goes ahead. Are the people of Nandi going to get that place, or rather get the services there being accessible as it is envisaged in the constitution?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mosbey.
Chair.
Maybe Waziri, you will have also to indicate to this committee in every project we have the project life cycle. So you need to tell us when was it to start and when is it to end.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I also have a question to Waziri concerning the industrial park. How many parks situated? And already used in Chemase concerning the industrial park. You are talking about 80 million to 90 million. If at all we had used the money to buy some other land around here, where my people from Jepteroi can really access. If you look at that place, I went there and I really searched for that land, for that place for a very long time. So if at all maybe you had used the money, what is your take about the money that has already been used? Thank you.
Chair.
And Honorable Tololei, the money already that
It's 97 million.
already the money that has been paid according to Waziri is 97 million.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that is
Chair.
now the site of the project that is being projected there.
Chair.
Yes, let us finish the projection first and then I will give you Honorable Bridget.
Okay.
So, Waziri.
Value for money, Honorable CC.
Point of correction, Chair.
Yes.
I think it is 107 million. It is 107 million, not 97. He said, plus there is the retentions.
Okay, okay.
So it is actually 100. And while we were there, we were told, and I think the CC is being factual, or rather maybe is more accurate. The person who was there talked of 106 million, something like that.
The site of the project that is being projected. Waziri, have you been to that site?
Severally, Chair.
Severally.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Sum.
I rejoin the question. Waziri has said the contractor has been there for the last 2 weeks. Let me ask, could it be he reported as a result of the formation of this Ad-Hoc committee?
Any other question, honorable members, concerning the same?
Chair, I wanted to know, and there was here to provide information. Once we've gotten to know when the tender was awarded, aware of the timeline that if there is any variation, there is a timeline required by law that he should furnish this county assembly with for regularization of the same. He's saying, yes. For how long is he waiting?
Thank you, Honorable Bridget.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to know from the CC how much money have been received from the national government and should be in figures, kindly.
The amount so far received, Honorable Vice Chair.
Okay, may I ask Waziri, now that the project is on, to come and invest in that industrial park?
To respond to the issues raised.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. The first question is is in Nandi. And I'm sure the people of Chamasa would take offense if they had us discussing that we didn't want them to have a project just because they're at the outskirts of Nandi. But just to be more specific is, in the run-up to securing land, one of the things that we had been asked was 100 acres of land. So we went around the county. I remember we actually did a letter, through the governor's office to the team multinationals, because initially we had actually thought we would want a central place. So we, for purpose of setting up the industrial park, nothing was forthcoming. The tea companies, they came to the boardroom. We told them of this vision, what needs to happen, and how they stood to benefit, and why they should really give us that much land and the necessity of it. So we then realized, what other option do we have?
Point of order, Honorable
realized,
Chairman. Point of order.
Yes, Honorable
Is the
Minor.
CC, in order to mislead this committee, that the government normally begs for land when it can compulsorily acquire one if it is necessary?
Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. There are circumstances that we would go the compulsory acquisition way. House, but because of the urgency of this, we thought that an amicable solution would be found by calling these people to the table. So when it didn't avail, looked at Chamasa, we had a land about 214 acres, which has been a livestock holding. We needed to be very sure why Chamasa is strategic. So number one is, one of the requirements that was needed is proximity. The land that we're choosing should be proximate to major trunk transport lines available within the county. So in this case, number one, the advantage going for Chamasa was that there's the new so that is in the work. So that meant that there is access of road. One of the requirements was, is there a tarmac within 1 kilometer of the land you're choosing? So that one means that railway station, which with the engagement with the Kenya Railway from the existing railway to our industrial park for ease of haulage of goods and even and said it is also near Kisumu. It's an encourage inter-county trade. So it's a boundary between Nandi and Kisumu. And we thought that when we're talking of major industrial plants like this, you need to take it to where there is extra room for expansion. So we were supposed to hive off the first 100 acres. So we did that with, of course, the possibility of providing the other 214 acres should there be need. So that is how we then settled on Chamasa. The title was already with the county government and the department to release this land to the Department of Trade. Another thing, of course, you may be aware is Chamasa, when we did the recent mapping, we realized that area really has a lot of raw materials that can easily be explored and refined into valuable things. Of course, to notice that we have gold.
I think, Waziri, the justification is enough why Chamasa has been answered.
All right, thank you.
So you can proceed with the other items.
May I ask a question, Honorable Chairman? Whenever Waziri says we, I just want it to be clarified. Whenever he says we, what does he mean? And does he, whoever it is that he refers to as we?
For Maina, when Waziri refers as we, is the county government of Nandi.
Why don't you allow the witness to answer, Honorable Chairman?
Maybe, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, about we, there is no problem because we are part of it. And then another thing, to all those calamities that you found in Chamasa, Waziri, we have no problem because our people are watching, and Chemase is in Tintret constituency, where we also come from, and where we want development to be there. So, what is your target or finality? Are you 27 where we have a contract?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Waziri, please.
Let me rush quickly, Chair,
Yeah,
through the questions that were asked.
we are against time.
Thank you. So to quickly run is that the land is 214 acres, but specifically the land earmarked for this industrial park is 100 acres. How much money has been received from the national government? We've received 2 tranches. The first one is 64 million. The second one is 52.5 million, making it a total of 116.5 million from national government. The county purpose account, so there's total funding of about 146.5 million shillings. Of course, less what has been paid, that then you'd be able to find in the special purpose account.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. Point of order. How much money we appropriated in a supplement towards this particular project? The exact amount.
Proceed, Waziri.
Thank you. I think the figures are as what the advocate read. We still have the 500 million, what the House appropriated. You remember when we did the supplementary the last time, was actually to beef up the amount. We initially had 100 million, so we needed to add another 150 million, so to make our contribution of 250 million, plus of course what the national government has put of.
Have you now, through the chairman, is the CC then indicating that they have 30 million in their account, in some special purpose account, whereas this house appropriated 250? Is it, could you just take us through that? Let's understand.
Proceed, Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. Appropriation does not necessarily mean the money has been transferred. That appropriation is purely a budgeting thing, but to move the actual amount to the special purpose, it's only 30 million of our county share that has actually been taken there. So in essence, of the 250, we still need to move about 220 million of what we have in the budget. So that clarifies the position.
Chairman, is the CC saying that when this house was appropriating 250, we were not dealing with actual money, that we were just going into some futile activity?
Chair, it wasn't futile, but nonetheless it was about figures in the budget, not actual money. Actual money is at the point of transferring through a requisition process now from our CRF to our special purpose. So that has not been done. However, what the House did was to appropriate in the budget, which is still safe and safeguarded as has been confirmed here. We still have those figures intact, less the 30 million that has been put in the account.
Honorable Chair, may I draw your attention to Article 175 of the Constitution? Of devolved government. And 175B says, county government shall have resources of revenue to enable them. What I'm talking about here, Chairman, is that the county government, unlike the national, are more clearer on the money they can get. We are not like national government when we budget and look for the money. Unless the CEC can convince this committee that the 250 million was not real money, I want to put it to him that we actually appropriated, and appropriated means we allowed you to take 250 million. For you to now say you have 30 million only, and you do not have 220, seriously, where is the 220? Where is the 220? Is it yet to be received from national government into the CRF account?
Proceed, Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. So the 250 million appropriated was budget money. As to when this translates to cash is based on the disbursement or on the priorities as set by the county treasury, and this is informed by our need. So at this point, the ideal situation, assuming in an ideal scenario, would be the moment the county assembly appropriates the money, we would transfer the entire amount to the special purpose account and wait for us there to spend it. But that is not the real scenario. Is we know that really we're talking of competing needs, so that the county treasury always has to balance. One time they'll say, okay, you have it in the budget, but this month we can manage 50 million, we'll transfer 50 million. From national government, which has come in 2 tranches already, 64 million and 52 million, it made sense then to the county treasury, because at the county, that as the need arises, the county will then be able to prioritize. And I can confirm now that the ministry has also said that as further funding will have to actually match up. So in this case, they have given us about 116 million. So the county is now required to match up before they can also proceed. So this is a process that will continue concurrently until such a time that we finish the project, of course, without jeopardizing the contractor on site. So that is the situation.
Honorable Chairman, could you know, when we did the supplementary here, we actually removed money from other budget lines and lumped it together. And we were advised that it was an activity of national importance. So when we have already done that and made the resources available to you, are you saying, is the witness saying that once we made the resources available to them, budget, and I was in this house, we appropriated that money. We removed from other budget lines.
Okay.
Where did the money go?
Chair.
Honorable members, I want us to give Waziri some few minutes so that we close on the issue of the industrial park, because we still have another issue of personal emoluments. So Waziri, I want you to wind up on the issue of industrial park. Yeah. And then we go to the third item of personal emoluments. Maybe I will give 30 minutes to that. And then we because we still have honorable members, we still have 5 people to interrogate for today. And you realize around 4 hours on one department. So if we don't manage time properly, we might have to go up to tonight. So I want to request honorable members, for those issues that are not clearly, let us ourselves so that we shall ventilate as a committee.
Chair.
Yes.
And Chair, we must be given sufficient resources as to why the money is not available. Chair, remember, we were told this is a directive from the national government. Even drugs in our hospitals to be given skeleton projects being run and money has been spent. Chair, I would really want to ask you and ask your indulgence. We must give sufficient reasons. And if there are no sufficient reasons, then there is no.
And it is in the public domain. The amount of money in the last financial year. In the public domain that Treasury released all the funds of Nandi. That is why you see it is bringing more issues. So I want to request Waziri.
Chair,
yes.
From reliable source, we were informed that in our region, there were a number of counties whom we were competing. That's why we were told, let's allocate the resources to be among the first. Can Waziri shed some light on other counties? Because we know, even like Wasingishu County, I think they are somewhere much ahead of us in terms of.
So I will request Waziri, anything that you don't have proper information, you just leave it for other people to come and answer to that.
And
Maybe-
Chair, CC confirmed the House whether or not there is any pending disbursement for the financial year 23-24.
Waziri, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'll only share what I know is, but Chair, just for benefit of even the committee, the money doesn't translate to cash. I think once we reconcile that, we'll have a better way of handling this. So maybe as you've guided that, we'll have a conversation on the side.
Honorable point of order, so that we don't.
Honorable members,
so
I
that we
might
don't
not allow more point of orders because of time, please.
Because there are only probably two sources of income to the counties: revenue and on-source. What is the percentage of on-source revenue to the shareable revenue, CEC?
Probably 6% thereabouts.
So 66% is, you are sure of it? 94% you are confident that you will get, because that is given. It comes from national government, isn't it so? And which is this thing you are calling budget money?
Thank you.
Proceed, Waziri.
Or is there something that is outstanding in the... You can tell us. If there is something outstanding, then we can follow up from there. But if all the...
Thank you, Chair. So, if we look specifically on this KIPE, you'll realize we still have the same figures in terms of the county allocation, right? Simply because whereas we've secured it in the budget, we've not translated it to actual money. The aspect of cash flow management is purely a preserve of the county treasury. So that is why for us, and when money is transferred from the county revenue fund to the special purpose account, it no longer then appears, it now becomes something that already is received, and therefore you can say the budget has translated to cash. But as it is, as long as we've not been able to receive, it still remains an item that will roll forward because we've already done that commitment. So just to finish the questions that were asked is why the contractor resumed site. Really, it was just a coincidence that the Ad-Hoc committee went there. They had already resumed site 2 weeks. Of course, we've had our internal engagements with the contractor.
Point of clarification, he should confirm. He's mentioning something that we haven't received. Is it from the county treasury or the national government?
I think for us to move, you have to desist from this term that you are saying, budgeted money does not translate to cash. I think that is what is giving you problems. Mm-hmm. So any information that we will need from the treasury, you desist from that so that you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm saying on the issue of us resuming site, really this was a coincidence. In any case, this contractor has now been on site, I think 3 weeks, thereabouts. The committee went there 2 days ago, I think, or 3 days ago. So this was not something that was in any case related to this. Of course, we had our own internal engagements with the contractor. He had cited a few reasons, including during the season for rains and all that. But the truth is, this was something independent, and he was meant to resume anyway. On the issue of...
Chair, he's giving misleading information to this House. We are all aware, and particularly members of the Ad-Hoc committee, a number of contractors have resumed site after we made visits to source through. So the CEC should not lie to us that it was a coincidence. Anyway, we have time to interrogate.
Maybe for factual, Waziri, can you provide any documentary site there were some prior plans with the contractor,
Okay.
so that you can be exonerated.
That was something that was on progress already. It's not that the contractor went aside because. Huh?
Point of order. Is he in order to begin imputing improper motive on this?
Is the questions
that should have the contractor should have assumed side.
Okay, honorable members, please.
Also, before you allow Wasiri to proceed, he should mind that not here for credit.
Can he
We are doing
apologize?
our oversight role.
Let him withdraw and
let him
apologize.
Okay, honorable
apologize and
members,
withdraw.
let me give you directions. Waziri, you've said that the committee wants to take credit on things that they are not supposed to take credit. I think that issue is becoming a motive to the honorable members and the committee as a whole.
It is demeaning.
So you should actually apologize for that.
Chair, the intention was not
Could he
to
explain
harm.
maybe?
I apologize.
Honorable members, please.
Chair, the intention was not to demean the committee. Nonetheless, I apologize for how that has been construed. Thank you. So moving on, Chair, then. This contract was awarded on August 15th, 2023, and it was for a period of 520 million, 3,128.
24 months.
Yeah, 2025. But of course, with the normal defect liability period of about 6 months, so that takes us to about March 2026, a safe net. Yeah, and so the contract is still running. The contractor assumed site immediately, but then you remember we had rain, so when it rained, at some point he had to stop, but I can confirm that he is fully on site. Our part of the bargain has been met in terms of honoring the certificate. And since, Chair, we have some amount in the bank that has come from national government, is to confirm that the project will continue, because should he raise another certificate, we'll be able to honor that certificate. On the question of value for money, the works that have been done, Chair, and I believe all of us have done construction. Usually the substructure works can really take substantial amount of materials which translate to money, and these are measured works. In this case, from the bill of quantities on what exactly was done, we have a project engineer on site, and the same has been confirmed. So 97 million should not be seen to be a lot, but mirrored against what are we paying for. We're paying against a request for a valuation certificate. So it's really, the payment we've made is in correspondence to the quantities that have been expended. Not when it's still in construction. But to confirm the issue of 97 million, we've just paid for the works done. On the issue of...
Chair, please. Chair.
Yes.
The works done has been projected on the screen. Can the CEC tell us where he sits at the policy-making level? If it is consumerate, the figure, if the figure is matching the kind of work that has been done, not indeed is confirming that the 97 million is matching what has been done on the ground. Could you confirm?
Thank you.
For a layman, even for a layman, we are not all engineers. For a layman, can you confirm that the 97 million has been consumed by such kind of structure? In fact, I cannot call it structure.
Honorable Waziri, on this site, because I personally, I didn't attend, is it the same site that excavations has been done?
Yes, Chair. Even where the lorries, I suppose, they've already done backfilling. So yes, Chair, to confirm is, on this, I would say let's not use measurement of our eyes. Could we, and actually the BQs are available, could we, maybe this committee should 7 million. There are clear quantities.
Point of order,
so which can
And
be
I think
provided.
Waziri, honorable members, you just provide us
Yes.
with the certificates, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, so that honorable members can see.
Actually, we provided, Chair. It's part of what we shared, yes.
Chairman.
So, and that one is the first certificate.
Yes,
Chairman.
clearly broken down in terms of the quantities.
Chairman,
Okay. Yes,
I
Honorable
was
Minor.
among the team. Actually, I was leading the team that went there. Maybe the question that we need to ask DCC is not whether that is the amount, but the decision, the choice to go with a site gobbling so much money when you cannot see anything. The reason why we would have the CEC is so that they can advise, so that they can prudently. So in my own view, Honorable Chairman, there was lack of prudence. But I should also want to tell the CEC, from the person in charge, the engineer in charge of the long interview with him, and he indicated to us that they didn't intend to work on anything above 520. We have a recording for him, so much as it was not taken on oath, but 20 instead of 500. And they said one of the reasons was because they already factored in the what did you call them? The constructions underneath, and that they were going to operate within that. But now the CEC is preparing us that there is another huge, some variation that is about to come. So, in this core, Honorable Chairman, I would like ASIA report. And since they were the employer, I'm wondering whether they had taken in the issue of also testing how much it is that needed to be excavated beforehand. Because that is the reason to take care of our money.
Waziri, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We had indicated that excavation is what we will also provide, as you are directed. So we'll provide that. To address.
And was that before contract or after?
That was the requirement before.
So you already knew that the foundation was black cotton entirely, before engaging?
You know, there is the measurement that is done. Sample tells you you'll go to this depth.
And
so
Waziri,
when you look at the report,
Waziri, most of us we've done construction. Was geological survey done?
We did a soil sample test.
Not geological survey.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So on the question of the Honorable Vice Chair as to whether we've engaged some investors, yes, informally and formally. The first formal meeting for the engagement is actually tomorrow, which is in Nairobi, and these are Chinese. These are through the links of the Chinese company that is next there. There is a company called KEDA. They've been able to link us with some investors, some interest. So this is at a very preliminary stage. Nonetheless, this is a process we are jointly trying to look at it with Ken Invest among all the other bodies. So construction is ongoing. We're embarking on the session of looking for the investors and hopefully to get some who will even take up the go downs in their unfinished form or take up more. But it is the effort of both the governor, myself, and all of us really to get the investors. The project, I think, lastly, on the question of Honorable Keter, the role of the Assembly on all this, really, Chair, is to say the Assembly is at the center of this. The first approval of the supplementary was cut. The second and subsequent, and I noticed that there'll be more reports that will come to this House relating to Chemasa. They'll all come to this Assembly. Not that they don't happen in real time as things are happening on the ground, but I sure will confirm or wish to confirm that everything pertaining to the industrial park. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, I wish to end, honorable members, I want to say that let us end that item on the industrial park. Let us now move to the last item of personal. The shortest time, so that we can usher in the next people. We still have honorable members. Let me bring to your attention. We have other. So I want to request that for the issue of industrial park, let us leave it.
Honorable Chair, maybe just before you go,
yes,
can we be clear on the documents, particularly the bidders, but not only that, the EISA report. Which one was conducted, see, witness? It was EIA or EISA?
EIA.
Okay. EISA. And it's a huge kind of thing. I mean, so you have an EIA certificate by NEMA?
Yes, we do.
And it is not an EISA? Okay, so you will give us that. I think the issue of the EISA and the feasibility study. Are you confident with it?
Sorry?
The feasibility study, are you confident it was a proper work done?
We will It's an evolving document.
Waziri, I think you need to just ask. You have been asked.
Confidence is in a range, maybe 80% confidence.
Okay.
I've opened the personnel monument. I would like to know from the department, now that we are kindly reviewing the period 2022, 23, and 24, we would like to know the number of staff that increased in the department. Maybe from 2022, how many new employees were recruited by the department?
Okay, maybe on top of what Honorable Tarbe has asked, and this is specifically to the CEO. What was your budget for the financial year 2022-2023 for personal emoluments?
Yeah, and maybe while answering that, Chair, you can lead this committee on how they forward their requests. Like you want to add one employee, what is the procedure of maybe?
I think we've interrogated the CC much. Now that you are the accounting officer, we need to hear much on this.
Chair.
From you.
Chair.
Yes?
I also wanted to ask, Chair, because we are in a situation where the departments are acknowledging to have ghost workers. That maybe there was a trade officer or something like that. How many that you've been having in your departments, how many of them have been affected by the recent events, pronouncement from the governor, from the government generally? And what plans do you have? We've seen a department that has now issued a piecemeal adverts, while the genuine workers out there were, those who were sent home were many. So when are you going to do, or have you made a request to the Public Service Board? Thank you.
Chair.
Honorable members, I would like to request that let us allow the questions asked by Mosbe and Tarbe and I be answered, and then so that we...
A conjunction with
okay.
Mosbe.
Okay.
I just want to know how many extra staff do you have, and kindly give us the budget that they were using.
Okay. Bwana CEO.
Thank you. Through Chair, the budget estimates for the salaries, that is the year 2023-2024 for the Department of Trade.
No, I've asked for the year 22-23, Bwana Chief Officer.
Yes, through Chair, the budget estimates for the year 2022-2023 for the Department of Trade, 526,000. And
Chair, yes, in answer for 2024-2023. Yeah, and then for 2023.
Maybe also you will have to give us the budget estimate for 23-24.
Okay.
Chair, let's correct that. We should no longer be talking of estimates, because you've spent the money. Tell us, how much did you spend for 2023-2024?
I think that is correct. And maybe, Bwana Chief Officer, you will evidence of what you spent. Proceed.
Is 45,856,900.
Those are spent figures.
Honorable members, Bwana CEO, the members have corrected that. You give us the actual figures that you spend as a department on personal emoluments.
Now, these are the total figures, but for the details how it was spent, that information is with the Treasury. I think you can get the information from them.
Now, Bwana Chief Officer,
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, the honorable Chief Officer, so now it was spent is with the county treasury. And why is it factored in your budget for the department? Why is it factored here? If you don't have, how did you arrive at this?
Chair.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. And I seek your indulgence that it should not be construed as if the CCM does not have any role in this. Let it be clear to everybody that the CEO is accountable to the CCM. And so even him, he should be able to answer the same question. That's the only thing, Honorable Chairman.
And Chair,
it should be clear to all Nandis that the CCM is at the center, not at the periphery.
And Chair,
Honorable.
And if the Chief Officer in charge of trade is aware of the figures his department, then we don't have to force him to respond to that. If he's not aware of the figures, then you don't have to force him to respond to that. He seems to have no clue.
Okay, Honorable Chief Officer.
Chair.
In the budget, in your departmental budget, money was appropriated for personal emolument. Now, the honorable members of this committee are asking you to give us the actual amount spent on personal emolument at the department. So, if the records are with the county treasury, as it means also you don't know the number of employees in your department.
No.
Am I correct?
You are not correct. I know the number of employees, and I have them.
So, emoluments.
And Chair, let me ask him, is he aware of the budget of this department? Do you have any idea of the budget in your department?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Specifically on personal emoluments.
Yes, I do.
So why are you telling this committee? And Honorable Chief Officer, you are live. You are being watched all over. So we need to be honest with ourselves. What is happening in your department? Because if you say that the on personal emoluments are with the finance, with the county treasury, and in the budget it is appropriated for your department, I think even to be more specific, can you break down these figures?
Yeah, as he contemplates, I wanted to it was 23,211,523, if I'm not. And then he wanted to mention, and he began. So I request that you allow him, Chair. The chief officer had mentioning 45 million something.
Honorable Mosby, I was chief officer that the issue to do with personal emoluments are with the county treasury. And why is it being factored here on a departmental level? So we want the chief officer, because you are the counting officer. Can you break down for us the 43,211,526? And not, it must not be even the same figure, the actual figure spent in the department.
Through Chair, may I request that I submit that document maybe later?
Chair,
I don't have it.
Those are
The
basic
breakdown.
documents that should be within his knowledge every other time, any minute.
Let me pose a question. It is not under your custody.
Through Chair, I will just look the documents with the county treasury and submit.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Minor.
I wish to ask, how did this, who put this in the budget? And I'm asking the CEC, who put it in the budget?
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the county payroll, county payroll chair, there is what ought to be and what it is and what it ought to be, so that we reconcile the two. Ordinarily, through the budget circular, the CCM Finance, on August of every year, before we do the ADP, it's a circular to all departments to do two things. submit staff returns in terms of what is the situation obtaining at the moment, and also submit requests for new hires. At that point, you'd be able to know exactly as a CEO. So this is sent to the chief officer. So the chief officer should submit that. That would inform the ceilings for the next financial year in terms of budgeting. So upon submission, what then that should inform through the ADP and eventually to the CFSP is the ceiling for each department for payroll. After that has been factored, then it becomes a budget item, the way you are seeing now. What the chief officer has read is actually an item in the budget. Subsequent to that, any payment of salary should ideally be done from each department. For example, the staff from trade department should be paid from the vote of trade. But what happens at the moment, Chair, and it is something that we're progressively curing, is that this month we'll realize maybe we need to pay 300 million. We'll just go to the vote of health, pay 300 million. Next month, we'll go to the vote of land, pay that. Whereas there's nothing wrong with that, Chair.
Point of order. And this is something I had wanted to. What CC says, we.
Okay.
We.
Can you clarify this term, we? Waziri.
Okay, maybe the going forward we's I'll clarify. I may not remember the we's I've used in the past, so, but going forward I'll be able to be very clear on this. So in this case,
I think we've talked about
the term we, honorable member. Let me indulge the CEC to clarify the term we.
Thank you, Chair.
Before you proceed,
there is a we that meant we the department. There's a we that meant we the county. There's a we that meant we the CEC. What I'm referring
like the one,
to.
Honorable Chairman, like the one he just mentioned now.
So in this case, when I was talking about the budget process, it is we the county executive. How it
Who
happens.
is that? Can you clarify who is the county executive?
The executive committee, and now with all the staff. The county executive committee, which has the governor, the else in terms of the staff in their ranks.
So including a sweeper?
Yes, the county executive. County executive.
Yes, where it says that everybody up to and including anybody who is working in the county government. The witness is
Chair.
me in a
Chair.
Honorable members,
Chair.
order, please, honorable members.
Chair, this is an honorable house and a house of records. Is he insinuating that even the sweeper sits at the policy making level? He's making jokes in this house, Mr. Chairman. That is a joke of the highest order.
Also, Chairman, take note that Waziri here is just saying also that show us. It is like we are arguing and not we are in a fact-finding mission.
Okay, honorable
Chair, we are not
otherwise, honorable members, order, please.
Chair, we are not in
Anyway, for avoidance of doubt, honorable Chair, I wish to read, and I want to direct him, since he has not read after 7 years of being in service. County Executive Committee, Article 179(1) is made up of the county governor, the deputy governor, and members appointed by the governor with the approval of the county assembly. That's what it says. Witness. 179.
That's the committee. That's the county executive committee. I meant county executive against the county assembly. The county government of Nandi is made up of the executive and the assembly. So the county executive is from governor all the way. Chair. The CEC is
Chair, this is just about the diversionary measures.
Honorable members, order. Honorable CEC
is playing with our minds.
Because, and I've said before that
he's playing with our intellectual capacity, Chair. He's playing with our intellectual capacity.
Order. Honorable members, let me give directions. You are creating more problems for yourself. It is you who allege that the county executive is from the governor to the sweeper. It is you. So I want you to stick to what you know. What you don't know, please leave it. So that you don't create more odd point of orders from the honorable members. And maybe, as it has been read by Honorable Maina, that the county executive committee is from the governor to the CECs, both the deputy governor inclusive. So, Waziri, please, for the avoidance of many interjections, stick to what you have been asked. Please.
Honorable Chair, maybe I can also clarify that we have what we call county public service. Unless he is having a problem there, we have the county executive and county public service. So maybe we need to clarify. I also, Honorable Chairman, draw the attention of the witness to Section 46 of the Mother Act. And I would like to read that the county executive committee aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware, Chair.
And so, even the issue of staffing, and therefore, it should be, I wanted to assume that you meant county executive committee. You're thinking correctly when you said we, that you mean the county executive committee.
I've lost this gentleman, Chair.
Executive committee, is it correct or you meant something different? When you say we.
I meant the executive arm of government.
Okay, so when you say that you have made certain decisions, you are referring to a situation where the entire government of Nandi, I mean the county executive committee plus the county service, public service. Is that what you're talking about?
It needs hierarchy. There is how.
Yes,
we have
Honorable
been listening
Tarbe.
clearly. We were in the issue of payment of personal emolument. And the CEC referred that at times we agree that it is the Department of Health which pays. Next time we decide it is another department. So the honorable member for Olesos asked, who are we that decide now the resources comes from the Department of Health, next it is the Department of Education. And that should not have raised the issues. It was a matter of the CC clarifying who the we in quotes is.
But I think Honorable Chair, he has clarified. I think he has clarified. I'm happy.
Waziri has classified the term we.
No, I think on this case, he has clarified. I'm happy that he has clarified that it is the entire, whatever they make a decision that they are going, this department is going to pay, or the other one, it is the entire, everybody who is in. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think the way you have answered, Waziri, the honorable member is correct.
Check. Could I? What I was answering, then you had
Yes,
read it properly.
proceed.
And kindly help me so that I'm not distracted with semantics. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, point of order, Honorable Chair.
Chair, allow me to
I
just
think
clarify.
Not try to degrade.
Waziri.
Honorable Chair, kindly.
But please, stick to what you have been asked. Secondly, Honorable Waziri, mind your language. Maybe the language you are using is what is bringing more problems.
And Honorable Chair, with your indulgence, kindly let Waziri know this is a house of rules and regulations. This is a house of orders. You cannot just go that way, Honorable
and maybe
Chair.
to that effect, Waziri, if you proceed using that language, I will have to read you Standing Order 106.
And maybe, Chair, as you read that one, I would like to quote something.
Standing Order 106 talks of gross disorderly conduct, Honorable Waziri. And when you go to Standing Order 106B, the third item, demonstration or demonstrate or makes disruptive utterances, attempts to cause disorder of whether nature, uses violence, no, that one does not apply. I think which applies to you here is making destructive utterances. So Waziri, please, don't force me to apply this standing order, and then I will throw you out of these chambers.
Chair.
Stick to,
Thank you,
to
Chair.
what you have been asked.
Chair.
Yeah.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
As you want, Waziri, there are pertinent questions we asked the CEO, and I think we seem to be losing it, Chair.
We are not losing it. We are coming back to the Honorable Minor, and that the CEC was still responding, but we are going back to the CEO. Yeah, so Waziri, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So I was explaining then how the figure arrived. So in terms of the wage bill within the department, that is what makes it to the budget as the estimate. And that is why, for example, for 2020, the 2023-24, you see the total figure of 4.1 billion, of which each department has broken down figures. Now, there is a requirement that the accounting officers make returns to the treasury after the payment has been made to what has been paid in the department. So the cumulative figure would actually be what would be forming the actual amount. That return is what the accounting officer has promised to access, because then he had not retrieved the figure, because the COs make returns to the treasury, and finally the amalgamated figure. So maybe, as the CEO requested, we would request that that can be obtained.
Honorable Chair, maybe when he is there at that point, can he tell us his role? Emanates from the SEC when it comes to this house, and that all the ceilings are discussed. Or maybe you can confirm to us whether it is true. Are they discussed at the SEC, the ceilings?
SEC being what, Chair? County Executive Committee. All right. Thank you. So one is my role. So the accounting officers, functionally, for purposes of being the AIE holder, utilization and all that, they report directly to the CCM Finance. Overall, the other functions within the department, they would the CEO would report to me directly. So that doesn't really stop me from asking for certain reports, including even that to scrutinize if I feel there is need to, because I will still take the overall responsibility of the organization, save for the accounting bit, being the accounting officer bit. The CEO takes the overall responsibility on matters accounting officer. Thank you. So
thank you, Honorable CC. I think we shall go back to the CEO.
There is still something he was answering, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Chair. CBROP, County Budget Review and Economic Outlook paper. Yes, this is a document that is discussed at the County Executive Committee level with the input from us to see the history and, of course, set the standards for the coming year. So I confirm that is this.
Would I be right in thinking that you would take whatever it is, the 45 million or what have you, that you would be the one sitting at the cabinet and supporting it? Yes. Is it true? Is it that way?
Yes, the figures that have been generated by the CEO, we adopt at the cabinet because those are factual figures.
So that the ones that he read, you would satisfy yourself that they are okay, and you would support them at the SEC.
Sure, yes.
And so you did it.
At the CBROP level?
Yeah, you supported this before they found themselves in the budget.
Sure. If the document was tabled, we supported.
Okay, so you are satisfied that they were the correct figures?
Yes.
If then you are told that they are ghost workers, what would you say?
Well, not within my department.
No, even if it was just all over. Remember, you are a county executive committee for Nandi government.
Yes, we've had reason to, and that is why we did the exercise, really. I mean, part of the advice to the governor.
Honorable Chair,
yes.
So if you have sat in the SEC and approved certain, which you discussed and satisfied yourself, say you paid a ghost,
Chair,
how did you satisfy yourself?
The discussion at the SEC level really is high level. It may not touch so much on operational aspects of maybe staff audit, which there is a whole HR function. So unless there is a special resolution, in this case, like the one go much to the nitty-gritty.
I think, Honorable CC, what the member is implying is that you've said that you have been taking the figures from your CEO and defending them at the County Executive Committee. So is there a possibility that you have been defending figures that ghost workers are in figures?
Chair, I have the advantage of having a small department, so it is easy to know almost all the staff almost one by one, but they can't definitely two characters.
Thank you.
So Honorable Chair, before you, there is a factor, there is something that he has introduced. He said eye level. And what is so high level that cannot include to county work, to ghosts, than being prudent about the use of Nandi County money?
Okay. Waziri, can you clarify?
Thank you, Chair. High level in this case would really mean looking at reports that have already gone through a system. They have come up, right from the economists, for example, who prepared. There's been consideration by the time the directors look at it to the point of chief officer. Our assurance is in the trust and the competence of the people who've prepared that possibly or really they have done what they were required to do. So by the time we get to a point where we get to talk of ghost workers, it also tells us maybe there must have been a lapse in the system, or the very people we've trusted to do some certain tasks may have failed us. But that is a determination to come later, because we've just started the process of these the wage bill audit. Definitely there'll be people who will take responsibility for certain
Allow me,
action.
Chair, to just prosecute this question a little bit. Are you saying, witness, that if somebody today came and said we were paying level, you would just pay and trust?
No, that's not the case. What I'm just saying is, fairly our wage bill has been constant. There hasn't been a huge shoot over a very short period of time to warrant us to be scared. Until recently, when we saw the graph growing, it actually became a high-level discussion of, well, why is our wage bill growing continuously? But really, if that came to our attention, definitely we would take corrective action.
I know it might take a long time.
Waziri, Honorable Member, I think let us have that matter raised there. So maybe
No, Chair,
one
maybe,
issue.
Chair, before you close the matter, Waziri said each department was not affected much, but we know the audit, it affected many departments. I'm sure one way or another from the implementation of the report. So could we get a rough figure of, because from our it's not affected much, but how many staff from your department were affected?
Okay, maybe Waziri, you will answer that question. Have you read the PSC report?
PSC, Public Service?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Have you
Or PSC?
PSC.
August 2022 here in
Nandi.
In Nandi elections.
After election, what happened?
Well, the nitty-gritties as captured in the report?
Yes.
Maybe I need to recall, remind me. Maybe renewal of contracts?
What happened? What happened with the public service, the county public service? What happened in terms of employees?
If you remind
August 2022.
Well, remind me, Chair. I'll pick it up from your memory.
Maybe we shall not discuss that.
All
That
right,
one is for another people.
Okay.
So maybe just answer the question and then we shall continue.
Yeah, thank you. So, Chair, on the question that Mheshimiwa Mosbe has asked, I said affected in the sense of having people on trade wage bill but not working is really not the case. But as to the exercise that happened recently, it affected us. We had 79 staff as a Department of Trade, but courtesy of this exercise, 65 of them have gone home. So we're only left with 14. So in terms of the effect of the exercise that happened recently, 65 of them went home. Of course, that is not to say the 65 are ghosts. Key of them really, most of them are key workers, and we really are hoping that in due course they'll come back, because these are people who are on a day-to-day basis. We can tell exactly what they do. So
Honorable Chair, Honorable
Okay.
Chair, Honorable Chair, so that we don't, you said you have a total of how many workers?
Trade has been 79, but now because of the exercise, 14 are left.
Okay, that's a huge number. Wouldn't you agree with me?
Yeah.
It's huge.
It's huge.
It's a huge percentage.
Yes, it is.
Why were they affected? What is the issue? What was the reason?
Basically, the cutoff period in which the exercise decided to act was from 2018, when new hires were made without advertisement. Most of them came within the window within which this directive was effected. So that is how they were affected.
Chair,
Sorry.
Chair, if I may ask you, CEC, when you were sworn in as a CEC in charge of trade, what were the number of employees vis-a-vis after the audit report? And how did those employees, the additional employees, was it by the request of your department, or you just found employees getting into the department without your consent?
To the best of my knowledge, I think, and maybe the director, because he was in the department, will confirm, it's only Chief and myself who are the additions in the department. But I would have to confirm. So the numbers give and take about 70, 71.
Honorable CC, you've talked over directive that came. You've talked over directive. When was this directive given?
I say the director, not a directive. Which one? Directive to do what? I say the director, he might confirm the numbers because he was in the department. Now that he's taken an oath, he could be allowed to confirm.
Can I then ask
the director, Mr. Bombokia?
Director,
okay.
Let me ask you, for how long have you served in that department?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've been at the Department of Trade from 20.
Okay, from 2019 to be, so to date.
Yes.
Or rather, let me say from 2022. What was the numbers before 2022?
Yes, there were two happenings. Remember, the Department of Trade was merged with that of the tourism. So
Kindly use the mic.
I'm saying the Department of Trade was actually merged with the Department of Tourism. And for your information, members, if you look at, if you want to ascertain the time frame which an employee entered public service, you look at the personal number. Waziri is correct by saying that at the Department of Trade, we have never had a huge influx of employees, to the extent that if you look at the personal number, the PF numbers of
Honorable Chair,
employees.
but I think the question was very simple. He was just supposed to give us the numbers.
Yes, we are around
the story.
We are around 45. Then we added staff from the Department of Tourism, which increased the number. Which tourism was added, was amalgamated with the Department.
You
of
are
Trade.
45, Chair. You are 45 or around 45.
To be pretty sure, remember a number of employees, some of them on contract.
Just give the answer, Honorable Chair.
That.
And you must have the number.
Actually contract. Before 2022, a number of employees were on contract, which were expiring at various states. So the exact numbers was actually moving. From 45 to 53 at the Department of Trade. Then we added employees from tourism, around 28 in number.
So does it mean that you run a department
Chair.
that you are not well conversant about it?
Point of order,
Yes,
Chair.
Honorable.
I think, Chair, you are giving too much latitude to have information. Chair, why should we continue? We are asking, this is a person who deals with the personnel. This department is not known to operate in office. Because
45 to 53. And we are talking of cost workers. Don't you see a loophole for cost workers, Mr. Chair? Because even staff are people you can count. You say this one is a director, this one is a CEO.
Okay, maybe.
Chair.
Let me pose a question so that we can close.
Chair.
Honorable Bwambok.
Yes.
Do you know the number of staff in this department or you don't know?
Yes, for record purpose, members say this is a house of record. I'm actually a director at the Department of Trade attached to the Nandi Textiles. So in my day-to-day activities at the Department of Trade, I don't mainly deal with staff issues. There's another officer who deals with that. Process of record.
So you don't know?
I'm not dealing with, unless staff seconded to NATEX.
No.
Yes.
You don't know the number of staff in this
Chair.
department. We raised that one.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, maybe you can ask.
He has answered.
Maybe you can
Honorable
ask.
members,
Maybe you can
he
ask
has
the
answered that the director has answered that he doesn't know the number.
What about the CEO and the CEC?
Yeah, the CEO.
Same question.
Do you know the number of staff in your department, the CEO?
Yes, honorable members, through the chair, we have got 79 staff. Remaining with 14 staff members. Thank you.
From 2022, now we are talking about 2022 to 2024. How many staff were added? From the 79?
Through chair, it is only 2 staff from that time that were added. That is myself, Chief Officer, and Waziri. The rest of the we've talked of departments that were merged. So tourism guys came. We presume that was not additional because that was not employment. It was just remerging of the departments. Thank you.
So maybe I will ask you a question, Bwana CEO. What about your personal support staff?
Personal support staff?
Like now, do you have a PA?
Not really.
What about a driver?
Department drivers, I don't have personal driver.
So
they don't.
Okay.
Chair, I have a question to the CEO. Now that you've talked of you are remaining with 14, in an ideal situation, how many number of employees that you'll feel you'll have a lead workforce in your department do you require?
Through Chair, that number is between 30 to 35. Thank you.
Can the What is his position?
True, Chair, yes. When this exercise happened, we then were required to scale down. So the number is talked about of 30 to 35 is really the lean figure would work with. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, maybe allow me to ask now. I had asked a question, although it had not been answered. In an ideal situation where the department wants to add maybe 1 or 2 staff, what is the criteria? And now I think the question has been asked, increase any staff from 2022 apart from, meaning you have not made any request to the public service. So what is an ideal situation of requesting for a staff maybe for?
If we don't have an expert on an area, and whenever we have a need, we will request the public service board. Before the request, we would have identified what would be the roles or duties and responsibilities of that need and what is the job description of the need, and then we'll forward to the public service board for recruitment. Thank you.
Directly or through the responsible mechanism? We know the service board is an independent body. So as a department, how do you, or you have a channel to follow?
Yes, the honorable member, through the chair. We have the budget to accommodate that additional staff.
No, Honorable CEO, we are question. There is a channel. Are you supposed to write directly to the Nandi County Service Board, or they so that you reach to the Nandi County Service Board? Do you write from the department? Do you write directly to the service board that we have a vacancy in your department? Do you write directly to the service board? And that is what the honorable members are asking. Do you have a channel to that effect? If you are not aware, you just answer that I'm not aware and we proceed.
Not aware.
Yes.
The reason as to why I'm listening to Wasiri is because I had already answered that it is informed by the budget. Treasury. That is to confirm whether the budget is there or not.
So when a vacancy arose in your department, you write to the county treasury?
Really? Not writing to the county treasury. We are writing to the public service board. The county public service.
And the question is, when, for example, you have a vacancy of a driver in your department, who writes directly to the county service board?
It is the county secretary.
County secretary.
Yeah.
So how do you reach to the county secretary?
It is committee.
Through the
County Human Resource Advisor.
Chief Officer, I think if you had grasped this issue, the honorable members are just asking you on the process. When a vacancy arose in your department, what is the procedure of filling that vacancy? I think if you can answer that, the issue will rest.
Chair, you can just leave it.
Okay, let us proceed. So I think Honorable, I say today, from the 17 employees in your department, you've suggested the current measures that the county is undertaking. You might only require 32 to 35. Will I be correct to say that we have been losing money of around 40 employees? And if you agree with me, let me just use an example that each employee has been earning 30,000. And now we are reducing 79 to 35. So we have a difference of 1.3 from one department. Will I be right to say that? Monthly.
Chair, I can say yes and no, but I can qualify the explanation. How we arrived at the 35, for example, because, I mean, it got to a point that we needed to do the staff rationalization. For example, in the tourism unit, we have sub-county tourism officers, and at the sub-county level, they are tasked with certain responsibilities. So you'll find, for example, in Mgwen, we have about maybe 5 sub-county tourism officers, each allocated to the sacrifice certain roles or merge certain roles, which was being get maybe 3 staff who are doing something is now going. So it is really not a case of a loss. These people were doing something in some activity, but it's helped us to see that, well, we could do away with certain roles. And just like in any restructuring, when it comes to restructuring, you merge other roles, scrap of other roles. So some of the roles we'll even do away with. Maybe we will not need somebody at the ward level for issues of, say, I need to confirm whether there are certain tourism officers, some at the ward level, of some, and ensure that the person at the sub-county can do everything.
Point of order,
I'm giving an
Chairman.
example. So
Point of
effectively
order.
then...
Yes.
On what the CC has just said, he either knows or he doesn't. Why would he say he wants to confirm whether we have tourism officers at the ward level? If they are not there, they are not there. You are in charge of tourism, are you not?
Yes, Honorable Bitok.
Chair.
Could he answer this one first?
Not even
Is he in charge of tourism?
Can you answer,
Yeah,
Honorable
not even to answer. I am a member of tourism committee and vice chair. We have never seen in any sub-county, especially where I come from, Tindred sub-county, or any other sub-county, other tourism officers. We only know the CC tourism and maybe the committee.
Chair, and I can second him. I'm the member of Committee of Tourism.
Honorable CC, I think the thing that you should have told this committee is that it has been developed recently.
Chair.
That is why
You should
not
not provide, you should not provide answers
You
to
should
the CEC.
not provide the Honorable Chair.
That's a clear demonstration that is incompetent. I want to ask.
We go back
Honorable
to the
members,
personal
let us be orderly. Eh?
Chair,
please, we are,
you are putting questions. He has gathered a lot of experience. He has worked in PricewaterhouseCoopers, one of the best companies. And in fact, many companies, I worked in Chemelil, and there was a time that we needed consultation on the workforce that we require. And PricewaterhouseCoopers was the best. I want to ask where he now sits at the cabinet of Nandi. as a cabinet put in place to ensure we comply with the CRA policy and cap the wage bill between 30 and 35%. My second question, and he also sits in the cabinet and he must be informed on this. We are privy to the payroll, and the position has tell this committee whether that is true or not. Thank you.
I think, Waziri, you will answer the two questions, and then we shall proceed.
Chair, there was the honorable member for Kaptumo on whether we have seen an advert in place. So we wanted to know if advert also. I think the member for
Thank
Kaptumo
you.
had asked a question.
Thank you. Keter, you had an issue?
No, that one I will.
Okay, proceed. And honorable members, I would like to request that we are going, our time is running up.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, I think it's good we exhaust. You know, this is important. Even if we were to do it until up to another day, it would just be fair that we finish.
Okay, proceed, Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. On the two questions, in PricewaterhouseCoopers, Chair, for just now that we need to be. I was in Deloitte and Touche. And to the best of my knowledge, my department, nobody other than the 14 is actually till this process is done. Number two is the issue of the advert. Workers has gone out. As to whether we've submitted, not yet, and what we agreed at the county, at the CEC. Prioritize the key departments that are really likely to be affected by prolonged staff absence. So we have health and we have the disaster unit. That is why the advert was for the people working at the disaster management unit and also the health. Nonetheless, still even the advert for health is not but the plan for government is to ensure that now that every department has confirmed the key position. If we are to still fill, Chair, the organogram as it is, the wage bill will still be up. So in as much as we're using the organogram that has been adopted at cabinet, we'll still need to define. So we're just concentrating on the very critical roles so that then we're able to just take back the as to the measures that we're taking to cut the wage bill to 35%, Chair, one of the exercises is this one that the has embarked on. As you can see from what we presented on the email is that our wage bill it should be already the idea is once this exercise is concluded, we should be able to bring back the wage bill to about 40% thereabouts. Suffice to say, Chair, is that we realize in
Yes. I was looking at the PSC report yesterday. That the source was for the financial year 2013-2014, which indicates the wage bill information is he using?
Chair, the 56% is the figures immediately before the exercise. With this exercise, I can confirm that from the 1,800 staff is about 1.08 billion. So effectively, even with that would still 32%. It's still not yet to the 35. So even if we sent all the 1884 home, we still aren't hit. Remember, there were certain cadres of staff that we had felt should not be treated just for the purposes of meeting the wage bill, because the 35% is too tight. Yet, when you've provided more services by way of building infrastructure, giving health facilities, putting up, that means you would resource. So for every shilling you spend on development, you almost need 3 shillings on recurrence. So our argument, and as CECs, and this is still dating back when I was the CC Finance, was, can we identify and segregate staff that do not necessarily fit to be called staff for recurrent, but staff who are actually involved in the development, so that that filing does not happen. That is a discussion that will require the amendment of the PFM Act, because we are looking at the staff for health. Every time you have a health facility, the only way to operationalize it is to hire. Yet you are faced with the 35% ceiling. So once that discussion is concluded,
enterprise development, and ideally we were supposed sticking within the 35 is by increasing the economy. And so if you just come and say now, okay, let's move this from recurrent to development, is it standard practice to classify them as development?
it depends on the nature of the emolument.
No, I mean, is it standard practice to do that, or where are you drawing that from? Because I'm thinking that you advise Nandi. You know, you're sitting at the that kind of guides the county. So if this is the kind of guidance you give, that personal emolument should be considered as development, are you not supposed to look at the question of the economy?
Chair, to just correct the notion, I did not say that I'm advising. There are certain people whose work in nature will really contribute to development. So the argument and the discussion that has been happening is it right to just treat it as recurrent, yet actually we can directly tie them to a program that is development
through the chair,
in nature?
so who doesn't contribute to development?
No, they are direct.
Anybody who is working, what are they doing?
No, there are certain cadres of staff that you can tie directly to development. For example, when you pay program-based, there are certain programs that you hire staff specifically for that program. It would be prudent that those payments to those staff under that program be treated as a development item. But again, Chair, it is a progressive thing. To really see the results of this audit, we'll then be able to really look at what next.
Honorable member,
Chair, I still have
honorable
a question.
members,
I still have a question. on this.
Time is against us.
Maybe just quick. Public Service Board on this witness in all these exceptions at the SEC. All of the Service Board.
Chair, Public Service Board will come here. They're better placed to define their role. What we did at the CEC level is to really limit ourselves to the scope of what we wanted to do. That is what is already provided for.
What's your own understanding of the role of the Service Board?
They're in charge of the overall human resource of the county, by way right from identification of staff, recruitment, and managing and ensuring that they comply with the applicable human resource policies, and of course advising the government even on how best to utilize the human resource for optimal benefit.
Honorable members, I would like we close the session so that we can proceed. Information that have been given, we still have 5 people, and already they are at the premises.
Chair,
So
Chair,
please
before you close the session, now that we are discussing, are you aware that you have lost a lot of money on this licensing of lease due to collision within the department and some people from SAM that they without the approval of the department, and as a result of that we have lost so many revenue. Are you aware of any fake licensing being going around with the statement? And so that if you know any, what action have you taken? Because you must have know the process, if indeed you are not part of that conduit.
And on addition, I went through the Nandi County Alcoholic Drinks Act. Through the county treasury to this. Has that been happening, Waziri?
And maybe, Chair, to add on that as a rejoinder, what is your position in terms of public land which has been encroached, which should be in your department as an open air market? Kindly your stand, because we have a number of cases which basically you know.
Go through this is on the issue of the fake license. Only two were ever brought to my attention, the honorable member, and of course, liquor licensing and administration is a joint effort, so that one was handed over to the police. But I'm not. This is an area that we've really focused strictly, but the one that was in Baraton and Ciro Noy as chief makes me understand was dealt with by the police, and I'd really still be at hand to get. We had a challenge in Mosop where there were certain bars operating without proper licensing, and administrative action was taken against the staff that is involved there. And the issue of the quarterly reports, yes, Chair, it is true. The fund is, I think, about a year or now, heading to 2 years old. There is an administrator, the AIE holder who is the fund manager, and of course the chief officer who submit the reports to the county treasury. And I think the chief officer can confirm that position. He will confirm for us. As to the issue of land, Mheshimiwa, I think you and I remember we've been on this for the longest, and we were almost succeeding. Truth of the matter is there has been a position that all public land, it doesn't matter how the private person acquires. Position is that as Supreme Court actually pronounced itself that it should revert. There is no proprietary right to a private holder, irrespective of the process that followed. So maybe that's something we wait for the courts to advise us. And the case in point is Mheshimiwa's open air market, that we needed that aspect of encroachment. So we wait for the courts to pronounce itself.
Regard licensing, the fake one. What other evidence does the Waziri need to have so that this thing can be prosecuted? The fake license is still running the same premise, it is still running the same business with the fake license, and the court was within the police. How long does it take the department to follow up? Because we want to know exactly if indeed you know we have lost a lot of money. You got somebody who holds that license running the same business even up to now. They are still run the same business with the fake license, and we want to know if really CEO and Waziri are really following up that, what measures has really taken if he is not concluded in the same process.
Waziri, there is a trade license that is being projected there. Is this the one that is fake?
Yes. Or so maybe you need Waziri to confirm.
Waziri, you can confirm the same. You will see now there we have separate dates. 2nd September 2024, and then we have another stamp of 12th September 2024. Waziri, can you?
Yes, Chair, the chief officer confirms to me that he's aware of this license and he confirms that it is the fake one for the case in point, the Baraton. So the culprit was, of course, arrested, apprehended. He's out on bond, 50,000 shillings. Now, and I understand that he's back in operation. That is the position, right? So when he opened again, he was rearrested. So part of the reason that really we've had challenges, this being a multi-agency approach, is that our law, first of all, has been very weak. And the Department of Trade here, the Committee on Trade has been working with us to really beef up the law to have punitive fines, because we've taken people to court, they pay 20,000 and they are back at it. We rely heavily on police to enforce. So when we find it open again, it's the same police will tell. Sometimes there might be a few compromise here and there, but we work jointly with the police. But on this matter, I think, Chair, as the members raised, outside this session, I will still get my team to get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I have some few very quick questions. Kindly allow me so that we end the session. Just allow me to finish them because they are very quick. It's just quick. I wanted to I wanted to draw the attention of the CCM to what we call this Schedule 4. Schedule 4 of the Constitution. And I'm looking at the area regarding trade. I don't know whether you have ever read it. I mean, this is on the function, the devolved functions. And that everything you do should be tied to the mandate. And the mandate is here. Governments have been advised to focus on priority areas. This committee quickly, the tie-in of the mandate with the NATEX, looking at what is here. Fair trading, local tourism, cooperative societies. That's what it says in the Constitution. Where is the tie-in between NATEX and this mandate? That's number one. Number two, I'd like you to confirm this, and it's a yes or no. Who bears the county executive authority in the county? The county executive authority of the county, on whom is it vested? Okay, then maybe I can finish so that you can answer all of them. Are you aware whether the county has developed, the SEC has developed a performance management plan? And if so, could you share with this house, with this committee, around three things? The performance indicators for the 2 years that we are under question, the involvement of the citizenry in evaluation of the performance of the county government, and finally, whether the same you just sitting as a member of that high body. Those three things.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Maina. I'm seeing the mic of Honorable Mosbey.
Yes. Since Chairman, you had requested that we wind up. My question is about the inordinate procurement processes in this Department of Trade, so that has ended. If there is any, if there is a single project or two or three that this department has made a tender, has issued a tender on, let them tell us? Because the first quarter, Honorable Chair, is gone. And I'm sure these senior officials of this department have been drawing salaries.
Okay, thank you, honorable members.
Finally, Chair.
Yes.
As I close, Chair, I understand when the two officers took office, there was a moment when the governor organized a ceremony where they signed a performance contract and resources were utilized. So if there is a way also the members can submit to this house the performance contract they signed on the material day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To start with the Honorable Tarbey, I will direct that both Waziri and the CEO copies of the contract on the performance contract you signed. Together, that is on Wednesday before 10 o'clock. Secondly, as I directed earlier, this chief officer, the file that you have it, you will leave for us so that we shall have copies and it will be surrendered to you before the end of business today. So Waziri, I will request that you respond to the issues, and immediately Waziri finishes, we shall.
Chair, could he also answer something on, there is a place I went in Serem, and I
Okay, Waziri,
can you give something on that? How it is that the people around there do not use it, and whether the structure inside there is an ablution block, and how much it might have costed. I mean, all that.
Waziri, proceed.
Oh, thank you, Chair. On the issue of NATEX, asking whether this is a devolved function, yes, I would say it squarely falls under trade development, under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, because when it says trade development, it says markets, it says trade development. They have itemized about 5 or 6 things, but I've said including. So how this aspect of cooperatives is that the NATEX really is going to be an aspect that will have both the backward linkages and the forward linkages in terms of getting our people to be involved. How we've conceptualized NATEX is that we have seen the reliance of our people in terms of clothes and apparels, and therefore having our own apparel enables us to get our people to be empowered to be both, first of all, venture into that business, do embroidery. So we give them a special arrangement to use our embroidery machine under a shared arrangement. Development is that some groups in some churches approached us and asked whether we could be supplying them with certain uniform for either mothers. This is actually like the Catholic.
I want the chairman definition of us.
Us as the department now involved in the NATEX. This is the Department of Trade.
And they wrote to you something?
No, we did not. They did not write to us. These are engagements, because I wish I'd found a time. I wish I had an hour, Chair. Chair, could I just request for 1 hour we deal with this issue of NATEX, because there's so much we've done.
No,
and we've
1 hour from now?
Yes.
No.
Honorable Chair, probably all he needs to do is to give us the feasibility study.
Order, honorable member. Yeah. Anything that you might feel that you might not cover right now, you can have a write-up and you submit to the committee later.
Sure. Okay, Chair.
Okay.
So I was tying the aspect, for example, as the Catholic, the Anglican. In this case, we said we are going to empower the women groups there. We are not going to supply directly. They are registered orders, we give them a good rate, then they'll go and sell to their members. So that ties to the Schedule 4 Constitution role of trade development.
Honorable Chair, please let these things be.
I'm talking as NATEX now. Remember, NATEX chair will be a corporation soon because we've sent a bill to this house. So NATEX, the corporation now. I'm speaking about NATEX, the corporation. So there's a whole array of activity, including getting cooperatives to be organized so that they're able to then benefit from this service. So I really can't do justice in 2 or 3 with the Schedule 4 function of trade development, which is what, and we have an administrator who's been involved actively in it. He's here. On the issue of who bears the responsibility on the sea, it depends.
The executive authority of the county. On whom is it vested?
The governor is the chief executive officer of the county, so it is vested on the governor.
Okay, can you confirm?
Yes,
that's your position, that the executive authority of the county is vested in the governor?
Yes, the executive authority is vested in the governor, which he discharges his mandate through a CEC.
Is this something you're guessing or you know?
No, I know it's somewhere in the County Governments Act.
I am asking you a question. Do you know it?
I know it, yes.
So on whom is it vested?
The executive authority is on the governor. That is why he has. Yes.
Can I read something for you?
Go ahead. With the permission of chair, definitely.
You can be answering the rest of the questions.
Okay, so on the solution block that was done recently, and it was done by the Department of Administration. The Department of Trade, by the traders there, that they needed fencing to be done, and also something that is under our consideration. So we are embarking as a department on now looking at the issues of Serem market, because stalls that have been built which haven't been fully utilized, we still need to do more. So there's still more to be done on that yard in Serem.
Cost?
I don't have the figures now. I can confirm that.
Can I read to you then now?
Okay.
Article 179.
Okay.
1. The executive authority of the county is vested in and exercised by a county executive committee. Have you read that before?
Go ahead, keep reading. Because who signs on behalf of the CEC?
I didn't talk about signing anything. That's
Go
what
ahead.
the Constitution says, it is finished. That's Article 179(1).
Sure. Chair, I'm waiting for the point to come in. He's ready.
The vesting.
Okay.
You said it was vested in the governor.
Okay, then.
But now, if you want some, and the deputy county governor are the chief executive and deputy chief executive. If that's what you want, but I am talking about the county, the executive authority of the county.
Thank you. Yes, Chair. I'm educated. I'm waiting for the point.
I had asked you to answer, but you did.
The point was here. The point is the county executive is vested in who? The authority. Yeah.
Yes, it is CEC. And you also, Honorable Chairman, that you, for instance, because that is your role as the SEC. Any services in the county is the direct role of the SEC. Clearly, in again the Mother Act. So, you've been thinking that it is the governor alone. It's good for you to know that you are also involved today.
Thank you.
Waziri, proceed.
Chair, I think I was done with the questions that I had, but I'm well educated. Thank you for Mr. Miner's, Honorable Miner's confirmation.
Is it? Okay.
He is my friend, you know.
Okay. Honorable members, I want to appreciate for the session. I want to thank Waziri and the team and the secretariat and the honorable members. Now, honorable members,
Honorable Chair, maybe before he goes, can he confirm to us whether he hires a vehicle? And the question of hiring of vehicles and other things, what is his role?
No, I think I just can confirm that I use my private vehicle. I also have a double cabin allocated to me, 212, with the registration number of. In a position to answer because I'm not the one responsible.
Thank you, honorable members. Maybe I will call a proposer and a seconder so that we can adjourn this. What is Kogo?
Just asking if they have final remarks.
Oh,
there was a question he didn't answer. Whether performance management plan.
Oh yeah, thank you. I think, Chair, you directed that we submit the performance contracts that we signed.
That's for the county.
Yes, that is for.
Which is developed by the SEC.
Yes,
they were related.
Yes.
Are you aware whether you have any?
Yes, we have a performance management plan which cascaded to the performance contract, the individual performance contract, which as CECMs we sign with the governor, and then he keeps track. And then there is a performance management directorate that had been set up, tasked with ensuring that the whole aspect of performance management at the county is really upheld. So that's what I can.
What about citizen involvement? That was another question. Are you aware whether citizens have been involved in evaluation of the performance of county government? And whether you are aware that it is a requirement of the law?
Well, I think the citizens are always. Yes.
Okay.
Are these reports
honorable,
public?
Honorable Minor.
Are the reports
please.
public? This
no,
was a question.
Honorable Minor, let us end up the session, please. I've been informed that we have. So maybe I will request the chief. Maybe I will give the CEC and his team to.
I don't have any remark.
Honorable members, thank you so much for seeing the. We've learned a lot, and we are here to learn a lot. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Chair, and members. I think for me is to really be grateful. This is one committee of its kind, and I must say, really, there are some projects that, courtesy of the committee being formed, there could be other projects that will actually be speeded up. So I look at this committee as complementing our role where we've had challenges. We will actually find good recommendations from this committee. So we'll submit whatever papers that have been asked in time. And should we be called upon any time, we'll be available to provide further information. But I want to say I'm most grateful for the engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Waziri and your team. Maybe, honorable members, I will call upon a proposer and a seconder so that we close the session.
I, Trufosa Kuto, to propose for adjournment for this session.
I, Honorable Josephat Bet, do second.
Honorable members, the session stands adjourned.